So, good morning, colleagues. Welcome back to the Flight Dispatcher Days, day 2. Today we have prepared a quite intense program. I just quickly would like to draw your attention to the voting tool we will use for a number of sessions we have planned for this morning and then afternoon. In the tooling we have provided access to you, there is an option vote here when requested. So in the different sessions we will kindly invite you to access the link and just to follow this URL to the voting channel. The questions will be presented to you and you will have a simple choice to select a few options and in one particular session you might provide additional input. If you have any question, please let me know. With the first session, actually, we will start using this. Before we go directly into our presentation, I would like to ask Mr. Randy Woolin, our today's moderator, to address you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris, and good morning, everybody. It was great for Boris to supply some sun in Belgium for you all today. It's an unusual thing to see. So I just want to go quickly through what we saw yesterday and maybe a couple of takeaways. First, I gave a little introduction about FFICE, and through the day you could see that is a popular subject. We did have some questions and the stand was very busy. There's one thing I would remind you in the next release that we're having, because we have a problem with FFICE being a trajectory-based flight plan, not a field 15-based flight plan anymore. But we're all still using, and we will use, a field 15 view of a route for a long, long time. So it's just to say that if NM systems, you're working with them and you do get the field 15 in FLS messages, in reject messages, the idea is that you take that back to your flight planning system, put that into your system, and generate a new EFPL, and I think it's important that that support is still going to be available. Our ops room is going to be available for you to contact them, but the communication is always going to have to be still for a long time a route field. Now, if there is a problem with what we've seen where the route field that is validated in NM systems, but when the EFPL comes, it is not validated. That's something that we can't solve with the communication between you guys and our ops room, because we can't help you fix a XML 4D trajectory to resend it. That's a problem we have to overcome in time to see how we can really reduce the amount of times where we have a discrepancy based on a route field validation versus the trajectory that's created by a flight planning system. There is one thing that I didn't mention, that in the next release we will be putting a warning in if a flight plan, an ICAO 2012 flight plan is filed, that should be filed as an EFPL, we will be putting a warning in the ACK message to say that the flight plan sent in ICAO format is accepted and distributed to ATC. It should have been an EFPL. So it's just information. It's not a rejection. It's just purely information, mainly to try to get the message outside Europe to a lot of the carriers that don't often operate and don't even know what FFICE is. It's just another communication message. We had Andrea come and give us some tips on flight planning, and the thing that part of what she said is exactly what I was saying, that she showed you how to go into a rejected flight plan, look at either in your own system or through our NMUI interface, look at the reject message, because there is a POS route in that reject message. And again, it's an ICAO field 15 in that POS route. But even if your EFPL has been rejected by IFPS for a route or a profile issue, you can do the same. Go into NMUI, go to the reject message, and recreate the flight plan. It will be recreated looking like an ICAO 2012 flight plan, but you can get a proposed route which you can put back into your flight planning system. After Andrea, we had Leven come and give us two different topics. The first one was the pre-tactical process, the quite important information that you can read through the initial network plan that is available through the NOC portal or the NMUI interfaces. It's quite important. I was surprised to see how many hands were raised of those who use the IMP. It will continue for this summer as it is, but we are looking at developments in the future to become more dynamic and supply the information in a better way in the future rather than a PDF that you download, that we can be a lot more dynamic and link issues you're having directly electronically with that information that is in our dynamic network plan of the future. Levan also went on to talk about the very important capacity and weather-based operations that we have, including this new Trigger 4 that we're seeing for this summer. And an important takeaway that I think we should reiterate now is this thing with the regulation or the measure being a scenario, and in your delay column, if you're using one of our external interfaces like the CHMI, NOC portal, NMUI, you'll see this capital D when the flight has a delay up until 2 hours before EOBT. And that's the one which is slightly complex in that it can mean two different things. It can mean in a small amount of cases that we just need you to confirm the flight is going to operate. But in the most cases, and especially for this summer, it's going to be an indication that we want you as soon as possible. Obviously, you have your own processes. We heard Easy saying yesterday that they sometimes let them mount up and deal with them. But as soon as practical for your organization, we're asking you to reroute out of the area associated with that scenario. And that's based on those four indicators that you'll see in the regulation column of the flight list, or in your potentially an RRP will be sent, but just to mention, it will not always be an RRP. You can help yourself by monitoring your flights, by looking for that D. But if one of those RN, FL, XN, RR scenario identifiers are there, we're asking you to start looking at rerouting out of that area. Then we had Nicola come and show us or give us an update, a reminder of the processes of contacting us, mainly using the e-help desk. And there was something that came in, a question that I saw that we never got to answer yesterday, and that was about what happens if I send an e-help desk request, mark my flight as critical, and I get an unable, sometimes immediately, sometimes it takes a little bit of time, as we heard, that there's a lot of discussion going on between the colleagues in our ops room and the flow management positions at the ATC centers to try to help that critical flight, but in the end, sometimes it's just not possible and you get an unable. And the question was, do I get my critical flight quota back? If you say you can't help, do I get that, if I've got 5 for the day and I send one, if you can't do it, do I keep 5? And the answer is no. If you send an e-help desk request for a critical flight, it doesn't matter what the result is, one of your quota is used. We will be looking, Daniela mentioned yesterday that we are looking at the processes associated to critical flights for the future. We can look at that one of the problems with it, it seems simple to say, well, if I don't get help for that, give me my critical flight back, my quota back. But the problem is sometimes there's a lot of work done associated to the unable, to not being able to do it. So it's not as simple as I sent a request, you quickly automatically rejected it, so I should have my count back. But potentially, if we did that, there would be a lot of increase in workload in the communication between our ops room and the FMP. So it's not a simple answer or solution to that problem. And finally, yesterday, Simon spent some time reminding us of the 16 different flow management messages. And for me, one of the main takeaways of that was if you have a flight that's unable to make its CTO2, make its departure slot time, and you don't know what the new EOBT will be, please don't just send a delay and then wait again and send another delay. If you don't know the EOBT, please send a slot missed message. Put the flight into suspended status until you know what time the EOBT is, what time it is, and then send your delay message. The flight will be desuspended. It's very, very important for the network because, as Simon said, each one of those flights that is continually being delayed is taking 2 slots and wasting very, very important capacity in the network for you or other airlines that could take those slots. So that's my wrap up for yesterday. And now we're going to move forward with the agenda of today. And our colleague Bjorn from... No, we're going to go straight into that. Did you get warned of that? Thank you. Bjorn is going to give us his take on optimized routings and ATC management. Thanks, Bjorn.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Bjorn Tiffert. I'm the ATC manager at TUI Airline. And first, I would like to ask you to activate the voting tool, as shown by Boris previously, because I have a couple of questions for you, and I would like to know your answers to them. There you go. There we go. There we go.
Okay, just to smooth out the access, you also can scan this QR code, and then you will be able to answer the questions that will come with this presentation.
Just wait a second. All right. Some of the questions, just as a teaser, may sound a bit easy for you, but from a number of questions yesterday, I reckon some of you may or may not be familiar with some of the things I'm talking about, or to that degree. So we'll see. So first question for you would be, in your daily work, do you use a comparison of company routes or optimized routings per individual flight?
And we are getting a quick input, so I can confirm. Do we still have numbers? What do you say?
No idea, I'm curious.
starts burning. How many got?
I can say we have the most of the inputs. Anybody wants to guess the number? Maybe from the floor? %68 optimized and 32% of comparison of company routes.
That's a good share. That's a good share. And I reckon, and I would like to advertise for those who still compare company routes. Maybe you will have your good reasons, but there's so much beauty in using fully optimized routings because you can benefit of a lot of things you'd just be missing out otherwise. And it depends on your flight planning system, how you set up the area you're operating. And so I'm not telling one flight planning system or one method is better than the other, but I just want to illustrate where the real beauty for yourself and the organization you work for is. So for company routes, just a quick recap. It's predefined static routings per city pair. They're based on average conditions usually. Some may be H24, some may have specificalities built into them. And they require dispatcher intervention when conditions change. While system optimized routes, and then also depends on how your flight planning system is set up, how agile you are with that system and in your organization, they're generally automatically built for each flight. Obviously, some systems recalculate them constantly in the background and will refile automatically, and they're based on generally current network constraints. So in EUROCONTROL in Europe, we work with the airspace use plan, which is issued day -1 at, correct me if I'm wrong, 1600 UTC, and there will be updates to it in the course of the day. It's basically military areas being activated or deactivated. So if you do not ingest that data into your flight planning system and react to it, you're missing efficiency opportunities because airspace may become available that you're just not using at this point. Also, dynamic RAT is an issue. We've heard about the capacity in weather-based operations and scenarios. If you ingest these files and it's all electronically available to your flight planning system providers, if you continuously optimize your routings, you will be able to automatically ingest this data. It will make your life much easier. Its aircraft performance is better in these things in optimized routings, weather and wind. If you continuously recalculate routings, your flight plans will become just more efficient. And also, it's the current ATFM solution. You'll be able to react to restrictions much better in the airspace when you re-optimize in between. Also, there is a beauty in these things for back office workload. Some of you may be line dispatchers, some may have hybrid functions working in the back office, so some may directly experience that. For company routes, your back office will continuously have to monitor route changes, free route airspace changes, airspace updates and everything, and adapt your route catalog to it. Seasonal workaround routing maintenance that needs to be done. So you may have different routing or different route networks during summer and winter, so that needs to be adapted. And if the routes are dormant over winter, they need to be reworked in spring if you fly them in summer. All these things. And it's a high maintenance effort, to be honest. If you have like thousands of company routes, your back office is really busy in adapting them to, well, each ARIC cycle, if worst case, or at least seasonally, however that works for you. Well, optimized routings, you shift all that to your CFSP. So your back office is released from a lot of this partly manual work. Your CFSP will do that for you based on the currently available data, and will hopefully come up with very good and efficient routings for you adapted to the airspace. And well, there will always be the need to have a fallback company route in most cases. You can work without one. In our case at TUI, we usually have just one that will be a fallback for the system to, well, sometimes an optimizer in a system just goes completely nuts and comes up with crazy routing. And if you have one routing in the background it compares to, it will stop at least that process and come up with an H24, probably less efficient but still good enough routing. So, but the route maintenance for your back office is just literally non-existent anymore. It changes. They need to exchange with the CFSP on issues. It's rather fault detection and fixing with the CFSP rather than just building a company route catalog. So there is much efficiency to be gained in the back office as well. So those colleagues can focus on different tasks, or maybe shift the role more into a dispatch environment and help you out there. And then just already mentioned slightly, or in between, it's the beauty of optimized routings in the daily operations. It's mostly valid depending on your CFSP's quality, mostly valid routings, they're network aware. If you are with a very good CFSP in Europe, you may come up to 90% route validity. You don't have to take care about fixing rejections much. Fewer IFPS rejections, that's the consequence, obviously. And you may have multiple routing options available depending on the mission. So maybe you want to optimize for fuel, maybe you want to optimize for time, maybe you want to optimize for environmental reasons, be it contrails, for example, which is one of the subjects that's probably coming up even more. And we're talking about modulation of charges even more in Europe these days, so that will probably become an issue and may make it even more attractive to work with just optimized routings, because you can just switch in the system whatever you want for that flight. Is it time critical? You just want it to be fast and on the fastest routing. If you want to be environmentally friendly, maybe you want to make a slight detour and burn less fuel, depending on the wind situation or whatever it is. So the dispatcher role will really shift from searching for the best company route in that case to, well, manage an actual flight or mission, and more decision making in that regards. So you're helping your organization by providing the best flight plan for that mission the flight is on, if you so will. So next question for you. Coming to a bit more to an area we touched already yesterday a bit. Are you managing your flights using NMUI flight, in-house applications connected via the Network Manager B2B services, or without any of the above?
Do you mean NMUI flight or CHMI, NMP flight?
For the sake of clarity, yeah, NMUI flight, NMP flight, or CHMI.
Okay, we have some results.
Oh, wow.
And
I'm surprised.
with the NM applications, we have a number of 50%. Yes, indeed, visible on the screen. In-house application connected via B2B, 37%, and without any of the above, around 13%.
Impressive, especially on the NM B2B services. I'm impressed. That's good. That's good. And for the 13.8%, I strongly recommend looking into it. You've seen some yesterday. I will show you a bit of the things you can do in there, and there will be much more later on in I think Natalia's presentation. I think Junaid is going to touch on it as well, right? Later on, and show you a bit what you can do actually. In the flight management functions. And no matter how you access them, through NMUI, NMP flight currently still, NMUI, CHMI, or the NM B2B web services, it's all basically in the end it's the same functionalities. You can integrate them or you don't, depending on really how your IT is set up, what your exposure is. I totally understand an out-of-area carrier not operating much in Europe will have a different approach to that than somebody just in operating core Europe with a high volume of short-haul flight plans, for example. So there's no version that's better. It's just the question is what fits to your organization and your setup, obviously. All righty. We've seen NMUI yesterday already, and we'll see much more of it today. So for it's pretty much the same in all tools. It looks slightly different in NMP flight. It looks slightly different again in CHMI. I chose to take some screenshots from NMUI because that's the way forward, at least in the NM tools. So what you can do there, and I want to drag your attention to two things on this slide, is well, first of all, from the flight list, you can go directly to the flight management functions, just here, and there's more than one way to get there. Many ways, roads lead to Rome in that case. This is just one. And it also, on this one, it's opportunities. I don't think we have touched on that yesterday. It's something the NM systems will generate automatically, or it will be sent to you by NMOC. And there's an indicator, and if you hover over it, I'm sorry for this not being interactive, it will show you a cost difference or the distance difference in this case. Sometimes it's rather small, like in this case. Sometimes it's a significant change. You still need to evaluate it, obviously, for if that is the benefit for your organization, for that flight, in your opinion, because it's based on generic data in the system, in M system, but you may want to look at it. And by the way, my apologies to Lufthansa. I had to choose a Lufthansa flight list here because I couldn't find any flight with a restriction or anything in ours when I took the screenshots. So bear with me for that. All right. So I think this question has become a bit obsolete since yesterday, since Andrea already touched on the flight management functions. But I wanted to know, is like, are you generally aware of the flight management functions, or have you been before? So that would be the question, and Boris kindly opened the tool again for you. Okay, I think that was an easy one.
Yes, we have the answer. It was 0 initially, but then the results came with more accuracy. So 80%, yes, they are using, 10% are aware but not using, around 11% are not aware of this feature.
It's good, and I'd be really interested. Is there somebody who'd voluntarily, from those who don't use it, illustrate a bit why? Just out of interest, no finger pointing. There's nothing bad at it. Just curious. No volunteers, I guess. All right. Okay. No worries. No, all good. All right. So we're going to continue with this. As said, in the flight management functions, and you'll see much more of it. I just wanted to drag your attention already to some of the points, and I think some of the questions raised yesterday during yesterday's session, you find very good answers to them in this already. So there's a couple of things you can do. You can have your routes proposed, obviously, and I think the most useful function, as far as I'm aware or as I'm concerned, is if your flight is caught in one or more restrictions. Picture it here, for example. There's an avoid box, and you can tell the system you want to avoid that regulation. And if you tick that box and then propose routes, you will only get routes, hopefully at least, when the system comes up with them, that avoid that restriction. So it will get you out of regulation, and it will tell you, as usual, with the as down here is a different function here. if the routes are shorter, longer, and all these things. That's an easy way to get your flight unrestricted again, unless there's massive amount of regulations in the network. Everything will be depicted on the map as well, so you can have it graphically. You'll have route strings. You can just copy them. Basically, you can even refile your flight plan in the NM systems, just with a click of a button afterwards. So it's really easy. Or you can copy, of course, you can copy a route string and then just rerun your flight plan. You'll probably need it anyway for the crew. So that's one thing. Rerouting opportunities, they will be shown, as I showed you, in the flight list already, but you can also go in here and look for them. And so there's many ways to lead to Rome, as I said. So just play with it. If you don't use it yet, play with it. And come to a couple of other things on the next slide. And this is what I meant with the questions of yesterday. If you're having a flight leaving the IFPZ, so the European network, and you still want to have a route proposal for the intra-European part, you can fix a routing. You can influence the routing proposals as well. You can say freeze outside IFPZ, so you will not get that direct from the exit point of this airspace till Hong Kong, I think it was yesterday. You will keep your routing with that exit point and have the intra-European portion optimized only. So you can still avoid a European regulation without losing all the rest. It will even keep that section of your routing. So obviously you want to have it IFPS compliant only. So where's the point in having a routing generated that is rejected in the end by IFPS? So there's a couple of things you can play with. You can influence airspaces, avoid airspaces. Add points if you want specific entry-exit point. Keep a SID or star. You can do all that. So it helps you with keeping your diplomatic clearances on the rest of the routing, whatever you need to do with it. And if you then click on it, it will come up with the routing that will match your criteria in most cases, unless the system doesn't find an option, which happens. Let's be honest. Maybe that will be a help for the out-of-area carriers or for those operating long-haul flights anyway. And a lot of more, as mentioned before, will be available in the flight management or on the flight management functions will be shown by Natalia later on in the NMUI session and Junaid in his session later on today as well. And last point I wanted to touch, or the second to last point I wanted to touch, is the NMB2B web services. I was surprised so many are using them, which is good. You can do a lot of things with them, and the beauty is if you have an good in-house IT system, you can integrate functions as you like. It's a pick and choose. You can use any information in there. You'll have a direct system connection with a network manager. You can file, you can manage your flights. You don't even have to go into NMUI, NMP, CHMI, whatever to manage your flights. You can do that in your in-house application, depending on how it's set up or how you want to set it up. Basically, it's all about customization. It's everything that is available in the NM functions or flight management functions or NMUI will be available via that service. So I'm not going to even talk you through. It's just saving a lot of manual lookups, copy, paste, route strings, and all these things. So it'll help you. If you integrate it into your system into your OCC system as well, you'll have a real-time network awareness. So you'll know which of your flights have a delay, how much it is, how much it will shift them if you don't do anything with it. If it's running against the curfew, all these things, you can have all that. And in the end, it will help you to make better decisions. It's really on you and your organizations how you want to integrate it. And if you see the value, I think you should see a value. The question is always cost, of course. But the services are for free. So it's really only on your IT if how and how much they want to adapt your systems to it. And there will be there is a stand of the NMB2B services in the lobby. So feel free to talk to the colleagues there. They'll be able to talk you through much more, give you much more insight in what's available and what's not. And I think we are all interested in measuring our success. So another tool I would like to advertise is Fathom, offered by EUROCONTROL or by NM. It's free. It's freely available. It's has a lot of different functions. I want to drag your attention to the rerouting function because it's in the end, this is what's measuring your success. ATFM delay saving, that's what it is. And it used to be it used to show you only your data versus the network average. That has been changed, so you can measure directly against your competitors. You can see how well you're doing on the same city pair. You can, whatever you need to do, you really need to play with the filters, and you can see everything. It's freely available. I put the link down there. I slightly screwed it up in the presentation, I fear, but you'll still get it. And you can see what's your biggest delay drivers in terms of ACCs or airspaces. And if you're doing well, and that was the conclusion in the end, if you have a really good setup of your flight planning system, if you optimize, if you make use of all these tools and manage your flights, you'll probably end up where we ended up. We're able to consistently, and I'm just showing this because, well, we are sort of proud of it at TUI. We're able to shave up to 30% of our en route ATFM delays. So we're massively increasing our punctuality still, despite all the challenges on the network in the summer. And there's others who are doing great, don't get me wrong. So it's really something, and you can prove as a dispatch organization, you can prove, or dispatchers, you can prove to your management what a good job you're doing. And you can measure against others, and you can tell them. And I think there's a beauty in that, because sometimes, in the past at least, I had the feeling that, yeah, dispatch is just a function in many airlines. It has to work. But there you can actually show how good you are and how much value you are bringing to your organizations. And speaking of value, I like the statement of the colleague of Ifalda yesterday. Your role will change with all this automation in your flight planning systems, probably just dealing with exceptions in the best case in your flight planning system. I've had colleagues and I've heard colleagues who are afraid of, well, will we be losing our jobs? No, your role will be shifting. You'll be adding value in what you can do. There's no glory in constructing a routing anymore. That used to be the case, yes, because the systems couldn't do it properly sometimes. Your role will change. You will add value to your organizations with what a system cannot do, with your brain and your creativity and how you deal with situations. And that is just freeing up time for you. All that automation and the tools and the NM tools helping you, it will just assist you in achieving the best for your organization, driving the best value. So you're securing your jobs in adapting to these things, because then you can, and in the end with the tool, with Fathom, you can even prove how good you're doing and what value you're delivering. So you can translate that into the €100 standard, used as a standard for safe delay minute. And it's just a very generic value. So if you multiply that, there's your value for the organization. So you can justify the existence and the continuous existence of humans in dispatch, obviously, if you so will. So I hope that was good enough as a teaser for what's to come today. And yeah, I am happy to answer any questions or take any questions if you have.
Thank you, Bjorn. So, in the room, do we have any questions for Bjorn? Very complete. What about online?
Maybe we can clear it up. So does your flight planning tool is generating a flight by flight, how it's done? That's actually our interpretation of the question. Maybe a colleague could clarify. Does your flight planning tool is generating a flight by flight?
Ours is. It's perfectly capable to do so, and I'm not going to tell you which one we're using, because I'm not supposed to do an advertising here for one or the other CFSP, but yes, it is. It is. It's basically what it's doing, what ours is doing, how it's been set up is it's completely optimizing routings for per the individual flight, and it's in 3-hour intervals, recalculating based on the most recent data available, weather, NOTAMs, airspace data. It's doing that. If there's an improvement for us in it, it will flag it to the dispatcher. Or if there's a deterioration, if a noting comes in and an airport is closed, or whatever it is, whether it will flag it to the dispatcher, else the tool is black. It's basically black. And it will recalculate in the background. If there's something better, it will refile automatically and notify the crew. So, and I understand there's different degrees of automation in systems available. If you've got the most advanced tool, you're basically sitting in front of a black screen. And you can, well, technically for us these days, that means if I come into the ops room, or if the head of our ops room comes in and people have their feet on the table, we know everything's going well. As simple as that. So it can be like that. It's a change of working method. It needs adaptation. It's change for people, obviously, because we were coming from a very manual flight planning system at that point, where people were used to create routings and really be busy, just keeping the operation running. And it's a change. It took a bit, I think. Yeah, it took a bit. Looking at my colleagues, it took a bit for everybody to adapt to it. But these days, I think everybody appreciates the way we've set up the system. And yeah, that optimizes completely.
Thanks, Bill. Anybody? Pino, please.
Yeah, thanks, Björn. Good morning, everyone. Just a confirmation of what you said, that this update is very interesting. You know, with the UUP, we have every day, the day of operation, lots of changes continuously, in theory, every 30 minutes. You said the limit is 3 hours before the OBT. You stop it, or you can...
Technically, you know, we stop at 1.5 hours before. 1.5 hours. It's just 3-hour intervals. We did for computing power reasons. In the end, we had to restrict it. Technically, it could do it every hour, or technically every minute. There's no beauty in it. Just.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? For Bjorn? Nothing online? What I took away from that, Bjorn, was quite surprised about some of the numbers. For me, it validates we're going in the right direction in terms of our tooling. I think the higher we can get the 36% of B2B, I think the better it is for you guys. I think especially what Bjorn talks about, the workload reduction, it's something we hear a lot about, that when your tools connect via B2B, all of what you see, or we'll see tomorrow from Natalia, and I've seen from others yesterday and from Bjorn, it's all available via B2B. You can incorporate all of those tools that you see in our NMUI or CHMI. They can all go into your own interfaces, reducing workload, and also reducing the need to have 2 screens open in front of one of your guys. I also take away that there's work to be done. I feel that we can continue going forward. I thought yesterday with the questions about the scenario, we showed a PDF on the screen which showed some red lines on a piece of paper and some green lines on a piece of paper, and there were questions about adding further information. For me, that should be electronic. It should be in our tools. Maybe there is already an NMUI flight ways of looking at a scenario and asking the system to show on the interface those green lines, so you can easily take one of those routes and put it into your flight planning system. We will be looking at, based on this, I realize now the video tutorials. I hope a lot of you already know about the video tutorials, which are available through the application itself or on YouTube, that cover most of the main features of the tool. I think we have something missing. We'll be going away and looking at adding a video tutorial to explain a little bit about the triggers, and there was a question as well about the what a delay threshold is, and after that question, I've heard from others that is something that is is a bit confusing and not fully understood after yesterday, so we should be looking at doing a video tutorial for that. And Bjorn mentioned, why would you have a button that says propose me routes that aren't IFPS compliant? Well, we know our guys, Andrea, who showed you the flight planning tips yesterday, and all of the colleagues in our ops room use that occasionally, because there is a trick to use it to get the system to propose a route when it doesn't. So that's, again, something that we need to look at, publishing a video tutorial. We might even do an online WebEx or something to have a little session about advanced use of the parameters that are available in that tool. So it's for me, it's positive what you've said. Thank you, Bjorn. For us, I think there's a really, really important messages from you to your peers, and it's good that we've got work to do going forward. Thanks, Bjorn. So next on the agenda, it's a leftover from yesterday. We have a couple of topics which we didn't get into in time in the agenda yesterday. So Sebastian from our ops room is going to talk about the airport function. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Sebastian Dora, I'm working for NMOC Flow, and I'm here today to first catch up from yesterday, but briefly present you what the airport desk of NMOC is, since it's still relatively new, so I guess that many of you don't even know that it exists, or that you can sometimes contact us to request assistance. So briefly, the NMOC airport function is another specialized position located in the same area than our colleagues from the AOLO. Actually, there are bridges between the two groups because some people have a double validation on both functions and can rotate at both positions. We're a group of 6 specialists. Most of us have an airline background and combined experience with airport operations as well. And we are manned 16 hours a day, so 2 shifts per day, from 6 to 22 local time, Brussels time. What we do, the main tasks on a day-to-day basis, we coordinate with airport operation centers, of course. That can include CTOT improvement requests from airports occasionally. We manage tower requests in the help desk, and we are the focal point of NMOC for flights at risk due to airport closure. A bit more on that later. We are the focal point of NMOC for CDM-related issues, ACDM-related issues. And only during the summer season, we also have a delegation from the Greek CA to perform slot monitoring for GABA traffic operating to Greek islands. When you can contact us, so it's called the airport function and airport desk, but of course it doesn't mean that it's reserved to airports. It just indicates the area of expertise, so to say. But we are here to serve airlines as well, because down the line, the goal of everyone is to make flights move. So you can contact us at any time for any question or information you have about some ongoing or planned airport disruptions. Rotations or flight at risk of diversion or cancellation due to airport closure, and a CDM issue, which can be a bit vague, but I'll get more into details shortly after that. One of our tasks, especially during the afternoon, that some of you may be aware of, we perform a proactive watch of risks related to night restrictions. So basically flights that may end up being pushed in a night airport closure or in an airport closure even in the afternoon due to cumulative ATFM delay, knock-on ATFM delay. What we do is that we use a set of tools that goes from basic Excel sheets. So we monitor basically the 30-ish main European airports having strict curfews. On top of that, you have the tactical closures for runway maintenance, these kind of things. And we use a set of various tools going from ETFMS through NMUI, the airport function dashboard, and mirror that you've seen in the lobby, and that my colleague Yves will present more in details after me. Basically, I don't enter into details, but you can see it's a Gantt view, and what it provides us at NMOC is the visualization of the IFPS flight profile and the ETFMS flight profile at the same time, plus the night restrictions that we have in the database. Just a reminder, because I know that it's not obvious even though it's written there, but mirror can be accessed through NMUI as well. So when you open the second glance view, you have this link on the right, and clicking on it will open a new window with the line of flight in mirror directly. Just a slight hiccup in the current version. You need to have a OneSky Online account and be connected to open it. Otherwise, when you will click on this link, it will open a pop-up window asking you your credentials. So it's a one-time logon, so when you log in once, you're good for several hours. But just to know, in case you try it and you have this pop-up, it's pretty easy to request access to OneSky Online. For those who don't know it, it's one of the main portals of EUROCONTROL to access various tools. A few tips for flights departing from ACDM airports linked to NMUI. Don't underestimate the customization of your alerts in the flight list, because one of the most important things for flights departing from CDM airports is to ensure that the basic flight data elements are correctly correlated between what you have in the flight plan and what the airport has in their airport operations database. We see quite regularly silly delays due to this kind of discrepancy. Can be a wrong tail number, you made a tail swap, the flight plan has it right, but the airport isn't informed for whatever reason, and that can create conflicting informations on our end. So you'll have a more extensive presentation about that later on today, I'm sure, but basically just to remind you, it takes maybe 20 minutes to set it up correctly according to your desires, but once it's done, and you can save your flight list and even share it with your colleagues. So it's worth the time spent customizing your preference about that. What it gives you once it's properly set up according to your preferences is that it highlights in your flight list these discrepancies related to ACDM. So you have on the right in the alert column the CDM alert, various types of CDM related alerts, and the highlights on the cell concerned. And you can choose the colors, the thresholds for which you want the discrepancy to be highlighted. The most important one, as I said, in my opinion, is the aircraft registration discrepancy. So when you see it highlighted in your flight list, that's an indicator that you should contact your local ramp for them to check with the airport that they update their database with the correct tail number to avoid last-minute surprises. Then you've got the EOBT, TOBT discrepancies. So first table displaying the TOBT column and having this kind of customized alert that can be helpful for the cases where your ground handling agent would update by mistake the time of the TOBT in local time, in Zulu time, in local time versus Zulu, sorry. And also to highlight the discrepancies between these two values of more than 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 1-5. As a reminder, normally for any delay above 15 minutes, you're supposed to update your EOBT in Europe. That's in the ICAO 7030 DOC, but also in the European regulation standardized rule of the air, and in all national AIPs. So that's also an highlight here to see that maybe you have an action to take on the flight plan to make sure that both times remain consistent. If you look at this flight here, we've got 27 minutes of difference between the TOBT and the EOBT, so that starts to be a lot. Why it's important as well, not expanding too much about that, but the EOBT validity. For flights departing from CDM airports, basically, as long as the TOBT is updated, your flight plan will never get suspended, because what matters for EUROCONTROL is the target takeoff time that is calculated based on this TOBT. So as long as the ground handling delays is TOBT, you're fine, and you can have differences of 1 hour or more with the time of your flight plan. The thing is that once you depart, maybe that your flight plan is not valid anymore, because a portion of the route is closed, except that it didn't trigger any alert because the DPI messages that are linked to the TOBT, basically, don't trigger any IFPS revalidation. So it's another reason to keep this difference between the EOBT value and the TOBT value minimal. About that, we provide a service called NMEOBT Update Service, used by several airlines now. That is basically a delegation given to EUROCONTROL to send automatic delay messages based on TOBT update, so that you don't have this lag and discrepancy between the two. It's really on a voluntary basis according to your preference and business rules, but the good thing with this service is that it's completely customizable. You can choose the airport for which you wish to activate it, and the various thresholds also for which you wish to activate it, when to set the delay, as of which difference, these kind of things. So just putting the link for those who don't know it, if you want to have a look at it. Continuing on the best practices, so as I said, don't hesitate to contact our desk if you need assistance for a flight affected by an ACDM issue. What I mean by ACDM issue, not the kind of thing like I need to update my TOBT and I cannot contact my handling agent. We cannot update TOBTs from EUROCONTROL, that's for sure. It's more the real issues like ping pong issues. What we call ping pong issue is this continuous flow of message going from slot allocation message. The airport sends a DPI message. Now it triggers a slot cancellation message. The airport triggers another DPI message. You're back in the regulation, like that every minute. So that happens occasionally. That's something that we are monitoring. We have an action open on it. Not much mitigation options, but sometimes we may be able to help by coordinating, for instance, with the FMP and requesting to exclude the flight from a regulation, these kind of things. Sorry. Back to the Greek Islands slot monitoring that we're performing at the function. So for biz jets in the room, as a reminder, like the previous year, starting from 31st of May until end of September, we'll have again delegation from the Greek CEA to perform slot monitoring for GABA traffic to the Greek Islands. So please ensure that your flight plan EOBT allows an arrival within plus minus 15 minutes of your allocated airport slot, because we perform basically continuous checks, regular checks between the slot database, the airport slot database, and the flight plans and the flight list of all these Greek airports. When we see that this discrepancy is exceeded, we manually suspend the flight plan. So that's one of the 8 reasons for flight plan suspensions that Simon showed us yesterday. You'll have a manual flight plan suspension with a reason, no valid airport slot, reference Greek, ARP, SUP, whatever. It's not published yet, but it will be something like that. So in this case, you know what to do. If you don't know what to do, it's another reason to call the airport desk and we'll explain you. But basically, you shouldn't have more than 15 minutes of discrepancy at arrival at these Greek airports. It's a very sensitive issue during the summer. Last but not least, few heads up for this summer. So as you know, we have the EES implementation in Europe. started in October and should be completed by 10th of April 2026. That will be the first summer with this system, and everyone is expecting quite long delays. So something to take into account, and we count on airlines to communicate to their passengers, airports as well. Yeah, so entry-exit system, basically it's a new border control system, automated, using biometry. And once you have done it once, I think it's valid 3 years. So I would say I'm not expert into it, but it resembles a bit to the ESTA process in the US. The thing is that, of course, you have new portals for this. You need also to have a border force personnel, enough border force personnel to manage that. And it can create longer queues. We've seen it already for the implementations that started. So during the summer season, at peak periods, yeah, it can be potentially tricky. Then last but not least, just FYI, because we don't have any demo yet, but I thought it was worth mentioning it. As of the next INM release, so in April, on the 22nd of April, there will be a new NMUI application called NMUI Airport. So basically that will consist in the integration of the some airport corner events that you have seen in the lobby. Those who didn't see it, we have colleagues demonstrating it in the lobby, and I think that many of you are aware of what it is already. But basically these alerts that you receive by email, they will be displayed on this map. The early access is more oriented towards airport operators for them to update these events and visualize them. And you'll have progressively more and more functions for diversion capacity, these kind of things, adding along the time. There is a dedicated working group for the development of this new NMUI application. A couple of airlines participate to it. So I just added the project lead's contacts. Any airline is welcome to join or to request access to this early version if you wish. And I guess that's it for me. Unless there are any questions.
We're going to go. We're going to go direct before questions for Sebastian, because we're going to have Yves just very quickly go through a little bit more detail about the mirror tool. So we'll wait for questions for the end of that. Just a reminder that Bjorn mentioned Fathom. If you go outside, we have colleagues with a stand outside with Fathom. We have our airports colleagues outside if you want to know more about the airports tool which is coming. We don't know yet at the moment what access you guys will have to the airport tool in April. That is still being discussed. For sure, what you're going to see is in the menu, you will see an airport's access. It's not sure that will be, if you click on it, it will actually work, but to be determined. And over to you, Yves. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Sebastian. Good morning, everybody. So I'm Yves. I'll present here, introduce a little bit Mirror. So similar to Sebastian, I have an airline background as a flight dispatcher, and you can see here that I work in the central office for delay analysis, but for the last 8 years, I've also supported the airport function. And I think it's important to mention that because the tool that I'm presenting, Mirror, by the way, it's more an open invitation to come and see us outside in the lobby. We have a stand where we show the latest version, in beta version. But the tool that we developed in the code office, which is called Mirror, was initially designed to show and monitor reaction delays that you as an airline often experience. And CODA, our office, we collect data directly from the airlines. We use IATA delay codes, and we are showing that. And when the airport function was created, they asked me and a few other colleagues to support that function. It was really great, you know, to go back to an ops environment. And we looked at the mirror tool, but it only showed post-ops data. So the guys involved in the airport function asked us to tweak that and to show real-time data, to make it a real operational tool, which we did. And that's a tool that is accessible to you. As Sebastian already mentioned, there's a link in NMUI and NMP, and that's the current Oracle-based version, which is really great. It's a great piece of insight, and I would say it creates situation awareness for NMOC, but also to you. When you access it, it's very similar to what you have in your own ops room. I'm pretty sure most of you are using a Gantt chart representation to show the schedules and then to track the actual execution. And in fact, the tool does exactly the same. So we are just showing flight plans, and we match the schedules next to it. Be it based on the airport slot data or on schedules. If you're operating from level 1 or level 2, then we get the schedules from a third party. But it really gives us an insight on what your actual goal is, and that is probably to arrive on time at your destination according to the schedule. We also offer airline-centric KPIs, so these are very much aligned with what you would probably need to report on internally to your management, or maybe also publish it. One of the important features that we have developed over the time is to understand which flights are suffering from the network or which flights are impacting the network. And one of the things that Sebastian mentioned is the curfew. So that's something that we really went and developed further. Not in the least because we got the support from our colleagues in Bretigny. So that's our EUROCONTROL Innovation Hub. And they have developed an algorithm that is capable of predicting the delay. And that includes, it's not only ATFM delay, but it's all the delay, so against the schedule, for the next 12 to 24 hours. And that algorithm we have, I would say, injected into the mirror tool, and we are now capable, since a few years, to predict the delay for the rest of the day and see which aircraft are likely to hit the curfew if we don't do anything. So the current dashboard, we've got quite a number of users, but we also found out that we have a little bit of, I would say, limitations. And that is, for example, the issue that Sebastian mentioned is that you have a double sign-on. So to overcome some of these limitations, we have developed a new version that is available in the lobby for you to see, and that is a web application. So one of the main changes, from the outgoing system, is that we have a fully customizable view. So for the moment, you can't really customize the view. And it also means that the top part of the tool will disappear, and the majority of what you can see will be the Gantt chart view. That's the most interesting part that you want to look at. The next one is that we have integrated the predictive delay model or module. We're not showing the actual changing of the flights. That's something that we keep for internal, because we're not sure how you're going to read it. You know, when we are predicting a delay on a flight, we know that it's not a given fact, you know. There might be other factors that are at play, notably tail swaps. So we are monitoring those as well. So we know that when it becomes really critical, you guys will do tail swaps or potentially even cancel flights to maintain your system operational, I would say, system at a certain level of punctuality. The other one is the further development of the capacity to monitor and intervene when we spot flights that will, or aircraft that might hit the curfew. So what we visualize in the tool that is available to you is AIP values for curfew. But those that are familiar with the AIP, you know it's very detailed, and also sometimes you've got a lot of exceptions. So as Sebastian mentioned, we are keeping those details in the background to determine which aircraft needs support. but with the new version, we are capable of doing that in a more tactical way. So not only based on the AIP, but really do a tailored and a tactical monitoring of those flights and change according to the tactical situation. And then the last one, I think that's the most important one, is that the current refresh rate that you have available now is every 5 to 7 minutes. So it means that the tool is really usable for flights departing, I would say, from 1 hour out to the next 6, 7 hours out. But with the web application, the frequency of the updates drops to every 5 to 7 seconds. So by the time you open up Mirror, if there's a change in your ATFM delay situation, you will see the latest version. So that really makes it tactical use. So just a quick wrap up with the web application rollout. So first we do the beta testing and then we will roll it out. We will have overcome the issue of the double sign-on. So we're addressing the seamless, I would say, experience or seamless access. The refresh rate is a very critical and important new feature. And we're integrating the predictive model that was developed by our colleagues in Brittany and the curfew management. That is really up for a big improvement now. And then the last one is please come and see us outside in the lobby. We can look at your own flights. So remember, when you use the link through NMUI, NMP, it's filtered on that specific flight. But if you remove the call sign and you change the filters, you can look at any airport, any flight, your own flights, maybe ACMI operator that's operating for you. Just change the operator and you can include all of that in your view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yves. It's great to hear that with the new version and a new version of the NMUI flight to come in the future, we'll have a more seamless integration with the mirror information about your flights with the other information available in the NMUI. So let's open up questions for. Oh, you've got a question.
Yeah. Question for myself. No comment because I wanted to develop a little bit this task we're doing for the curfew, or to mitigate the risk related to curfews or to night restrictions in general. The aim is really not to replace the airline task, because it remains down the line the airline's job to take care of that. That's basic AirOps 101. What we are doing is we try to alleviate it upfront as much as we can, and that's for the benefit of everyone, because down the line we don't like when at the end of the day some flights are diverting and landing where they're not supposed to land, because it means the next day it already creates knock-on delays from the beginning of the day for the repositioning flights that need to operate earlier in the morning and arrive where they were supposed to arrive the day before. Also for you it's beneficial because what we're doing up front proactively, these CTOT improvements or manipulations of the slot list sometimes to put the flight at the right place instead of letting it pushed after the reopening of the airport the next day when there's a zero rate. It allows you to save some critical flights instead of waiting for the end of the day and sending critical requests to NMOC where there are fewer chances to be able to do something. So just wanted to emphasize that we don't aim to replace the normal airlines duties. It's just something more that we're doing, and it's not perfect neither.
Thank you, Sebastian. So, Bjorn, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. Sebastian, you mentioned the EES. And I think we're all a bit worried about how this is going to go, especially in markets with very limited or very small airports, talking about Greek islands for summer, where it's not been tested yet. So is there anything you guys or NMOC in that case will do if we see, well, at some point, at least we at TUI, and I think we share that pain with, or that concern with a number of airlines, we're concerned that queues will be so big that we won't get aircraft off the ground, or not. There will be massive arrival regulations just for airport capacity then, in that case, is there anything you guys can do, speak to the Greek, or in that case, just as an example, because that may have massive disruptions to the entire network.
Yeah, so for this topic, it's covered by my colleagues of the airport units, so more at strategic level. They're in it since a few months, so they have contacts with many airports. Last week, we attended with Daniela the APOC exchange meeting. That's a new meeting reuniting the main airports having APOCs. The topic of EES was mentioned again, and so everyone is concerned. The airport unit is liaising on it. Now, not much we can do on NMOC, and all we can do is try to coordinate as much as we can with airports, see how we can help to prioritize the flights that can be prioritized, maybe these kind of things, but we have a limited vision really on the real impact. Some of them are updating the expected impact in the airport corner, that's a bit general, and it's clearly not the majority of them. So this type of question for now, it would be more for the airport unit, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wonder if, and it's not on you. I was putting a spotlight on you here, but as you mentioned it, I wonder if NMOC will be able to do any. I mean, there must be like at some point a red button. If we're coming to a halt in the operations there, I wonder where the lever is. I mean, in the end, it will fall on you guys in the ops room and in our ops rooms as well. So it's going to be an operational task in the end. It should be solved on a strategic level, but apparently it isn't.
Very challenging question, thank you, Bjorn. We have a couple of ops managers NMOC ops managers in the room. Daniela, Maurice, would you like to make any comment?
Well, indeed, it's a very challenging question. We started to talk about it. Part of what Sebastian already mentioned. I think the red button will be also on the airport side. This is what we were told as well in the APOC meetings. It has to be because it's a local problem. What we can support and how we can support the airlines, it's again, and implicitly we will support the airports in the same time. It's probably we will offer for certain periods slot tolerance window, departure tolerance window, extension. But again, we have to be all aware that if we do that, this will create volatility. And this will create other problems. So it's a knock-on effect on everything. So we have to manage this very carefully. But yes, we will do some support for individual flights and globally, as I said, for all departures from certain airports in certain periods of the day. But the red button, I think, it will be on the airport side.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room about the airport function or mirror? Anything online? Okay, so you're taking coffee drinking time off all of these people, Yves.
Yeah, no, there's already so much reaction delay. No, just to build on what Sebastian said on the curfew time, the airport function, when we see that there is a lot of flights going into an airport with a curfew, you know, certain airports will do an extension of the curfew start, and that's something that we also coordinate with those airports. So we have the capacity to do a prediction of the delay of flights, so we see which flights will be shifting, but keeping your flight plans up to date, especially for those going into a curfew, can also help us to better communicate to those airports how many flights we are expecting. That might also be an add-on to making the decision, yes or no, to trigger an extension. So it's just more of an observation and a communication of our experience. Thanks.
Thank you. Yves, did that trigger any more other questions? Just one point I'd like to make, take some more of your coffee drinking time, is that most of what you hear today and have heard yesterday, all of these topics are covered by our colleagues in our training area of EUROCONTROL. They have a stand outside and they have a nice new FFICE module that might interest you. So if you're interested in any training on these topics, please go and visit our colleagues on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Take your seats, please. Thank you very much. So the next session is going to be my colleague Natalia is going to give a presentation on the NMUI flight application, new features that have already been delivered in the last release. And hopefully it will give you some enthusiasm to move away from the CHMI and NMP flight, both of which at the moment are planned to be removed from operations in November this year, including the NOC Portal Flight Management System. So in November, the only system left to connect for aircraft operators is going to be the NMUI interface. And of course, your own systems via NMB2B web services. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, Andy. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this session. My name is Natalia, and I'm the product owner of NMUI flight application. In my role, I work closely with both development teams and operational stakeholders. My job is essentially to translate the operational needs into the software requirements and ensure that the tools that we build support real operational needs. Together with our teams, we have been working on an NMUI flight application with the objective of providing the aircraft operators with an up-to-date and convenient tool that supports today's operational needs. Let me briefly start with some context about an NMUI flight application. The application provides aircraft operators with a single platform to manage their flight operations within the European aviation network. It combines the capabilities that previously existed across the different tools, such as CHMI, NOC Portal, and NMP Flight, into one modern interface. It gives users the real-time access to the operational, flight, and airspace information, helping them keep a clear overview of the network situation. So let's now take a look at what stays the same compared to NMP Flight. It is important to mention that the core operational principle will remain the same in NMUI Flight. Dispatchers will continue working with the same workflows they are already familiar with. The menus and the functionalities also will remain largely the same, so users will easily recognize the structure of the application. And the operational data and the concepts stay the same as well, which ensure the continuity in daily operations. In turn, NMUI Flight introduces several improvements. This includes functional enhancements across the modules, a new landing page that makes it easier to access the operational information, smoother navigation across the different areas of the application, and an overall improved user experience. My colleagues have already touched upon specific functionalities of NMUI Flight, and from my side, I will briefly explain the capabilities of available options within this application. So let's now take a look at the application itself and see how some of those improvements look in practice. So this is the landing page which we have introduced in the latest release, in the November release of the application. And The landing page, like I said before, it offers a quick access to the core areas of the application. The main advantage of this is that it is fully customizable, and you will be able to adjust the view according to the needs of your daily routine, your daily operations. Now I can see the modules which I have combined in this view for myself. It's convenient for me, but it is possible to minimize this view as well. We can do this simply by showing my configurations here. And then we can see that configurations are saved as a separate file, available for modifications. Once I open it, I can see the key modules that are available for me, and it is linked to the type of user I have. So if, for example, I want to have a more minimalistic view in my landing page, then I can just select the key modules which I use less frequently. Then I update the configuration, and voila, we have a minimized views. It is possible to store more than one favorite configuration settings. It is placed under this drop-down list, so it is possible to see all possible all available key modules, the recently used modules, and the user-specific configuration. So I have here another minimalistic view and my preferred settings. Indeed, it's worth to mention that those pre-created sets of key modules, you can also delete them and create them anew. So those settings are very dynamic, and the view is clean and can be adjusted to the different types of operations. Now that we have seen the landing page, let's take a closer look at the application. I'm opening a flight query here, and we can already see that there is a new addition to the view we got already used to, and this is a control bar. Control bar is another new functionality which allows you to quickly access the needed functionalities. Those icons are the shortcuts, and the view of the control bar is fully customizable. Right now, it is replicating the configuration I had in landing page. So I can select another one and have another view, or I can completely modify this view via editing it. So I will add another option. And instantly a different view. There are a couple of more options of personalizing the view of control bar. It is possible to completely minimize it, so it will be stored here. And if you need to access it again, we just click on this icon. You can reposition the control bar. Let's say let's put it here on the side. Yeah, so the settings is saved and it will be stored. And also here, under the cogwheel, we have an important functionality called Help, which contains all the necessary information materials about an NMUI flight. While this page is loading, I will explain that it will include the information on the usage of this new landing page and control bar, information on the account types, then overview of the functionalities and how to work with them, and an important section of video tutorials for an NMUI flight and for the NMP, the legacy tool. Also, there is another shortcut here on the control panel, which includes such functionalities as saved flight list and an options. A return to the landing page is also simple from this menu. A quick click on the menu icon, and you are back to the landing page. So now we have checked the new possibilities of the landing page and the control bar. Let's take a deeper look at the application itself. Let us imagine that I'm a dispatcher who is starting the shift. I have already filed my flight plans via CFSP, Rocket Route, Lido, Jepsen, and I need to monitor my flights here within the NMUI flight. First, normally I start the search via query. Query form offers different levels of information input, so you can structure your output based on different criteria. You can select the period window. You can specify your airline and maybe any other airline you want to take a look at. You can specify the airdrome set, airspace, waypoint, registration marks. Actually, we have increased the number of registration marks which are possible to enter in this field, up to 100. So there is no more limitation here. And then you can query based on the regulation and traffic volume and flow. Once you have composed your query and got the results populated on the screen, we can see a lot of different options. And I suggest we can start looking at the columns of the flight list. You can adjust the granularity of the display. We have more than 40 different levels of information available to display, more than 40 columns, which you can select in here. And also, if you need to remove something from your view, you can select them from this list, then click here, and this will affect your view immediately. It is important to mention that you do not need to compose the desired set of the columns each time you are opening the application. It is possible to set a default sequence of columns and default composition. You can make it here under the cogwheel by saving as a default. Another useful functionality of the flight list is a filtering and sorting mechanism, which allows the possibility to filter and sort on any column of the flight list. And just to show you an example how to work with this, right now I need to understand which flights from my list have a delay more than 20 minutes. So I already have a basic sorting on the delay column, but I will just add a filter, greater than, and I will insert value. So right now the flight list is filtered. All the delay figures here are more than 20, and I can be focused on the specific situation I'm interested in checking right now. Okay, getting back to the previous view. NMUI Flight offers a lot of possibilities to personalize the view and to follow the events that are important for your duties. One of those possibilities is the alerting mechanism, and there are we have three options of alerting mechanism offered. There are focus alerts, user alerts, and ACDM alarms. So the focus alerts, this title a little bit explains itself. If you set up the criterion here, the information will be brought up front. In the application interface, you can sort basically the severity of this alert as a high, medium, and low. And after you have selected your criteria and your severity, then as a default view, you will see a preview in here. You will be able to see which events are happening. And you also can create kind of a separate flight list on the top of your usual flight list to be totally focused on these events. This view can be saved and you can have it throughout your whole shift. We can also minimize this view. Another level of alerting is user alerts. User alerts present themselves as colored markings throughout different elements of the flight list. And again, their primary objective is to warn you about events concerning your flights. We propose alerting throughout different columns. I can select the list of available options here. It's better to select one. I can select the way the alert will present itself. Depending on the option, it's possible to highlight the cell in the flight list, to mark the row, or just to highlight the text. Also, we can specify the colors here, as you can see in the preview. And it is possible also to select a value for the specific criteria. So here you can see an example of user alert. It says that we have a routing opportunity for this flight. It's a marking here on the row corresponding to the option mark row. And the highlight in the cell, we have a respective column in the flight list called alerts. And another option, which I didn't cover yet, is ACDM alarms. Those are the alarms which you can configure and which will appear in the respective column, ACDM column on the flight list. I'm trying to run a query again.
Natalia is trying to recover the situation, I'd like to mention the problem is that we've seen with the NMUI interface since we put it into operations. And that's mainly to do with the new key modules interface, the menu items. And whenever you move from one tab to another tab, if you want to look at the e-help desk request, for example, it takes a few seconds while a little icon shows on the screen and the screen goes blue. It's very annoying. We've had a lot of negative feedback about the slowness of the system, mainly to do with that workflow. It's something we are working on. We found the problems, and we will, in the April release, we will solve those issues with the navigation through that menu. But a lot of you have been to the stand where our guys are showing the NMUI, and when you go there, you're asked about the issues you're having, especially associated to performance. We have to make sure the interfaces, the problems of performance that you've had in previous summers with NMP flight are solved, but also these teething problems with the menu are solved for this summer. So if you haven't been to the stand and you do have some issues that maybe aren't necessarily associated to what I've said, please go to the stand and just tell the colleagues from the NMUI team about those problems you are having, because we hear statements of there is a performance issue with the system, but we need to make sure we've documented all of those performance issues. If you're having problems with the flight list loading, when we first deployed it, it used to only load half of the flight list for a few seconds, and the second half, that's already been solved. But if you are having problems with real performance of things that are taking too long, please go and report them to the stand. The one thing I would also add is that when you do a proposed route, the system has a 30-second timeout. It will continue searching for 30 seconds in a lot of the cases, or it can go, and especially if you've selected the generate option, because that means we have a piece of software that's really trying to generate routes rather than reporting the standard routes, which takes a few seconds. So that is not a system performance issue. That is a time that we've set to say, you're happy to wait 30 seconds for our system to go and really look for all the best opportunities before reporting them. So please don't report that as a performance issue unless you're seeing the proposed routes replying more than 30 seconds. If it's taken a minute and more than a minute, then that is a system issue that we need to know about. Natalia, back to you.
Thank you, Andy, and sorry for this little pause. We had to recover the internet connection. Now everything is in place. Well, we have stopped at the ACDM alerts. And while I was checking the latest focus alerts, I have spotted there are some flights affected by a sharp turn in their flight profile. And this is how another level of user alerting is presenting itself as highlighting the cell. So it is really drawing the attention. Now I'm minimizing the focus alerts view because I want to show you a new update that we had, a possibility to mark your flights, mostly for, again, for your needs, mark some priorities, etc. And this is marking via category column. So, for example, yeah, if I click here on this empty circle, I can see the options of color markings. So, for example, if you need to select a flight from the list which you need to take a look at a little bit later, you can select a way to mark those flights. You can select a few of them, let's say, assign them different colors. Again, you do as is convenient for you. And later, for example, if you need to return back to those flights, you just can sort them. And those are the flights marked. Another option of using this category functionality is assigning the labels to the colors. It's just important to mention that if you decide to use categories functionality in this specific way, it means that you will no longer have an opportunity to simply mark the flights. You will just have to use the preset color markings with label throughout the organization. So this works like this. I will assign this label. It's not my flight. Yes, and here it is already preset. When I mark it and then hover, my scroll over this marking, I can see what does this mean, check fuel. And also it's possible to revert to the previous setting. It's important to mention that this marking will be valid only for your airline. Previously, I was clicking on the Ryanair flight, and since my token relates to the KLM airline, I cannot do anything with the Ryanair. So it's a really safe functionality. Let's take a look at the header pane, because there were a handful of updates in here. If we start from the left, we can see a possibility to save a flight list. When you enter the name and save the setting, it will save the current column composition of the flight list, the user settings as alerts, etc., filters and sorts, and later when you want to see this specific query, you will be able to access it from this drop-down list via saved flight lists, and once you click, the results will populate, and you will not need to run the query anew. It's very convenient, and it is saving the time. Another option is, you can see a little map icon here. I will get back to this. Plot, I will get back to this as well. Here in this side, we can see that the flight list was updated at this specific time. This is a reflection of the query time period, which is set here at the left-hand side on the query flights menu. And here, this button leads to refreshing the flight list, just to populate the latest information. This is option, I believe my colleagues mentioned it yesterday, but to sum up quickly, it's a counter of balance of critical flights for your airline for this day. And it's dynamically updated. Those two icons are the possibility to print the flight list and to export it by Excel file. Quickly show you how the printing works. This will reflect your current configuration of the columns and the results, but the final view you will modify through the printer settings. So I can here adjust the landscape, I can adjust the scale. Yeah, you can either save this as PDF or you can print it as in a paper form. And here to the right, we can see two toggles called hide departed flights and hide landed flights. They are already activated, but in essence, this is an instant filter that hides the flights which are already departed or even already landed. I will have to revert back this action. Yes, and we can see that there are a lot of more options in our flight list, because those are the flights which we do not need to monitor anymore. I can hide them instantly and to focus only on the current situation. And for the convenience, we have implemented this collapse functionality, so you can minimize the view and see the more flights at your screen. We should get into the map. Here from this view, it opens the empty map in which you can search for areas of interest, for example. There is a hidden functionality, current network situation. I need to enable this layer in order to see it. And as soon as I enable it, we can see that all the actual network events are plotted on the map. This search field is also very useful because you can search the specific zones or waypoints or airports. For example, I need to understand, I don't know the Belgian sector, Brussels sector. I need to plot it. Let's find it here. Yeah, I know the code, but I do not know the situation. Yes, and we can see that the Brussels sector is plotted on the map. Another convenient feature we have implemented recently is the possibility to plot the selected flights from the flight list directly. And it is good that we can plot not only a single flight, but multiple, up to 20 flights. I selected the flights here. And I can see that they are instantly plotted. And here in this view, I can also overlay the current network situation. I can plot the instances, so it's a really convenient combined view. When I need to check the status of my flights and to understand what can I do, how I can improve the situation, I will be checking the second glance. I will not explain the whole feature because yesterday and today my colleagues explained a bit. So it's a quick preview of the flight status. There are some actions we can do about the flight, and they depend directly on the status of the flight. The main instrument of this menu is the third pane, I believe, where we can do the majority of the actions related to the flights. We can validate it here, propose the routes. For those of you who had previously used NMP flight and now are switching to NMUI flight, there is a nice update. We have improved the view of the route proposals results. So now it's no more scrolling and more focused view. You can also access the big map from here, the large map. And to apply the layers, as I have shown previously. The options on the header here, the flight details, is convenient to check the measure details affecting the flight. Airspace profile and point profile reflect the airspaces and airspaces which flight is crossing, and points, options, points across the route. Here from eHelp desk we can, as you already know, file the eHelp desk requests. I will create something quick. Yes. It's a confirmation that the request has been received by NMOC. And further, it is possible to follow the status of those requests here in the eHelp desk dedicated window. And those options at the right-hand side, respectively, operations log, history, and flight planning history. An important functionality here to mention is the slot swap. Again, I will not go deeply into the details, just showing you how to access it. This is a quick preview. If we click here, we can see the candidate flights. Then we are able to make the selection to send the request, and then we can follow it via the eHelp desk frame. If we take a look at the eHelp desk, here we have implemented a couple of filtering options. We will be able to focus only on the requests we have sent, and we will be able to filter the requests we have sent for during this current day. Additionally, NMUI Flight offers options of personalization. You can adjust the view for your convenience. I will show you the options. Maybe I clicked a little bit quickly, but those are accessible from this drop-down list, options, and then user settings and preferences. And here, via editable settings, you will be able to set a specific time period window. You can make it more focused, and to make it, for example, -3 hours until the system time plus 3 hours, which will give you more focus on the current situation. Then you will be able to affect the traffic volume and flow settings in the query panel. I'm sure that you are already familiar with the basic settings, which we already have on the NMP. But the extended view will look like this. We have added the traffic type option with the several options to select in here. And it's possible to modify the airdrome code preference. So here we have the short form, the IATA one. This is a new possibility because previously we had the ICAO. So you can apply the settings you would like to apply. So let's imagine we are mid-shift and we need to check the network situation. What is the status of the network? For this, we will go to the information hub, where we have headline news, network plan, ANM document, which includes possibility to see the document for the previous day, this day, and for the next day. And if we open this document, then we have introduced a couple of new options to filter this view, to focus on the needed results. Yeah, ATFCM situation data. And here it will be important to mention that we knew that it will be better to improve the information hub. So in the next releases, I believe it will be starting from November, we will be introducing the network information viewer. This will be the tool which will in future replace the current NOC portal and will provide a new way to access the network situation. It will consist on two primary modules, the public network information viewer and the secure network information viewer, where public information viewer is a public web page which you will be able to access directly, and the secure information viewer will be available for authorized users. So basically you will see this information after logging in the NMUI flight and clicking on the information hub. Yes, here those are, this is the representation how this functionality will look like in the future. So on the top you have the public access, so directly via URL, like I said, and the secure access, what you will see after logging in to the NMUI with Okta. Getting back to the system, we have a couple of more important functionalities here, like FPS flight query. This is a menu where I can see, where I can look up the status of the flight planning messages sent to NM. It is loading because it's a big array of data being parsed. Yes, you can see it's a really big table. So if something is wrong with the flight, we will see in our notification immediately in here. Then free text editor, of course you know about this, an important instrument where you can directly file the flight plan to IFPS. You can try different route proposals and to see if this works. Route catalog is a useful tool to see the standard routes between a city pair. Let's try here Amsterdam and New York. A lot of them, also conditional routes are highlighted. And a nav editor. You can use this tool if you need to validate your flight plans according to the ARAC cycles. ARAC cycles will be switched in this area. Yeah. So we are approaching the end of our shift, let's say. Let's take a look how this application can be useful for the back office and for the post-operational analysis. And I think the useful functionality here will be the flight archive. So visually it resembles with the new flight query flight list, but there is a big distinction. We have this red frame and it notifies us immediately that this is not a live system. We are looking in the past. It is possible to select different criteria here, similarly to the new flight query, and it's possible to select a date. Within this version of archive, it is possible to select a date up to 6 years in the past. Let's try to load some data. Yes, this is the result. The column composition here is also customizable. We can adjust it in here. And we can see our space profile, point profile, ops log history, the flight details, and some of second glance information. The route string is available as well. All right, this is the quick overview of the archive. I think we are approaching the end of our demo. I would like to share the useful contacts list with you, since Since, like I know, you will need to transition to the new system at some point. So if you haven't received your Okta email and you want to receive one, then you can use the email address at the top, NMUI Flight Access and Activation. If you have any urgent issues related to the NMUI, you can contact our help desk. It is this second. An email address for feedback, for implementation ideas, for suggestions on how to improve the software. You can contact the monitored mailbox here. And my personal email address for any types of questions and queries. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Natalia. So first I would just sort of apologize, or a disclaimer, that we have all sorts of users, different systems in the room. We saw the percentage, so the presentation had to cover those who've never seen an NMP flight, those who are still using the NOT portal only, some are using the CHMI. So this presentation had to cover everything. Now some of you are using NMUI flight. We have a new version coming, which has not been covered today. So if you want to know about, there's only 2 or 3 changes coming in April, but there are some nice changes coming. Go and see the my colleagues on the stand. I think what's really interesting that's coming is that as you join the NMUI world, you will have to use Okta, which is a difficult transformation to new security protocols. But with that, when you register your users, you will be asked to register either a standard dispatcher type user or a supervisor supervisor level dispatcher. Now the word supervisor does not mean they have to have the term and are paid as a supervisor specifically in your organization. It's just a term we selected to differentiate between a standard user and something else. And you could pretty much say it's an admin role rather than a supervisory role. And in the next version, and I won't go into the full details, the next version in April, if you are a supervisor, you will have a slightly different functionality to if you are a standard user. For example, we had an airline at one of these meetings say, we don't want any of our dispatchers submitting flight plans from the NMP, NMUI interfaces, because we have a procedure, we have a process. We say, don't touch that button, the big red button that Bjorn talked about. Don't touch the button, but occasionally someone does. So could you take that button away for our airline? Now, it was very difficult for us to specify for one airline, have something for another, don't, etc. So what we've done is we've given access to the supervisor role in the settings of the application to say, show the submit to IFPS button or don't show it, or show the delay button, easy access cancel button on the second glance, easy access delay button on the second glance. We had another complaint. That's too easy for someone to press the cancel and accidentally send it. So again, it's a supervisor configuration. Go into the application and say, do we show that button on the second glance, or do they have to go through the whole process of going through the product and finding the cancel button somewhere else? So there, and at the moment we've just introduced the concept of the split with Okta, and starting now to look at different features that could be within the application where the supervisor has control of features or parameters. So that's a very interesting step forward for the product. But I just reiterate, in November, there will be no NOT portal flight planning, secure access flight planning on the NOT portal. There will not be a CHMI for AOs. There will not be an NMP flight. The NMUI is the only application. So you need to start thinking about that transformation. One of the problems we know, it's recognized, we talked with Chris a lot about it, is the map is just not good enough. We know that, we're working on it, and we hope and we plan and we must deliver a working version of the map on a training platform by August, September. So you have time to get used to it and to transform, because obviously we can't expect you to not use a CHMI on the 22nd of November and switch to the NMUI interface on the 22nd of November without ever seeing that final version of the NMUI interface with the integrated large map with all of the features you're used to seeing in the CHMI, and hopefully some nice new ones. I apologize for taking a few minutes there. I shouldn't have, but any questions for Natalia, please?
Thank you, Natalia. Great presentation. Just a question, because now as we are using Okta, we have various users, of course, more users, more logins than in RSA tokens and all of that. Can we, as supervisors, set a default setting of columns, filters, and all of that that will be applicable for all of our users, or each user has to define his own filtering and columns?
So it is possible to execute. It can be done the following way. You are, as a supervisor, you compose the set of columns, alerts, what you need to do, and then your colleagues will be able to import your. I can show you import your settings. It is placed in here. Import queries. And they will be able to save this set of settings under a specific name to recognize it easily.
Thank you.
On a follow-up to that then, if the supervisor role, whatever it's called, and they can make that setting, then would the user be able to make their own filters and changes, or is it literally just set in stone and that's how it's going to be, if it was a supervisor that created that profile?
Now it is possible to modify them as well, but it will be saved as a new updated version of that filter, and if you will need the exact copy of the supervisor, I believe you will have to upload it again.
If there was a requirement to set a set of columns, set of sorts, etc., that everyone must use for your organizations and cannot switch, that is a new requirement. That's not covered at the moment. All we're talking about is you as a supervisor can set a standard one and your colleagues could use it if they import it or not. But any other questions for Natalia? Anything online?
First one, will it be possible to import our personally saved flight queries from NMP to NMUI?
At this point, we don't have this possibility, and it will have to be done manually.
Next one, are there plans for creating, giving AOs access to a testing environment for NMUI that can be used for training purposes?
We can take this on board and discuss within the teams.
Chris, just on that, I think I'll just expand very quickly. We had, on the first week of Okta, we had a case where we had a report of an airline doing something in NMUI and not seeing what they did on their flight. And it was because they had logged in to our training platform, which does exist, using Okta, which was very similar to the Ops Okta, and the message you get in your phone looks very similar to the Ops message you get. And even in the first week, we had an airline trying to use our training platform, which mixed them up. So it does exist, but at the moment, we haven't been advertising it because we have to find a better way of you accessing that training platform where you can't make a mistake of accessing the Ops application or the other way around.
Another one, can EUROCONTROL guarantee NMUI stability, functionality when CHMI, NOP, NMP will phase out? Sometimes during night ops when EUROCONTROL introduced NMP was not functioning for several minutes.
So the teams are working precisely on this issue, and there was already a patch issued within the previous weeks, which significantly, in my understanding, improves the performance. There will be another improvement presented as a part of the April release. So we are doing maximum from our side to ensure the stability.
For the moment in NMP, you can only view 5 flights at the same time. Is that number being increased in NMUI? That was from David. I've just got a name David, not an airline.
Hi, it's David from Luxair. It's basically when you are on the flight list, you click on the arrow on the side. You can select 5 flights in a row and check them individually, but you can passcode the 5. So is that number being increased later on? Because for me, it's quite practical to select various flights and check them all one after the other.
We can take this on board, but I believe there was a safety reason why we had 5. Andy?
It was not. I don't even remember, Chris, you were there at the start, why we chose 5. It's certainly not an issue that I can remember being specific. It was just I don't know why the 5, but for sure it can be increased. As Natalia said, we'll take that away.
Okay.
Okay, to access the mirror function while on an NMUI flight page, do you need previously have access to mirror on OneSky account? I know we've discussed this one, Andy, as well.
Yeah, the answer is yes. At the moment, with the current version, you have to have a OneSky account. Once you've got your account, when you log in, when you go on to start a shift, once you've logged in, the first time you try to access mirror, you'll get your password prompt, put your password in, and then it remains active for 8 hours after that. So any subsequent flight you want to look at mirror, it will directly open in a new tab without having to go through those credentials. And as Yves said, in the new version, that the web-based version that's coming, when we get the link from NMUI flight to it, it will be seamless. There will not be a requirement for a second login.
Okay. In the flight list, there's an option to add a note to a flight. What would this be envisioned use for this option, and is it visible to all users? I think that's the important bit here.
No, I think it's the first part is can somebody in the room say how they use it, because it's better coming from you than.
I mean, at British Airways, we use it if we're ATC management. So we'll put a comment in there whether we've able to, if there's no improvement, it's just a note to another user within British Airways that the flight has been looked at, or there was no improvement, or check again later, or it's just a function that we use to help within our dispatches.
Thanks. We see in the statistics it's very heavily used feature. Nobody else outside your organization can see what you type in that note field. It is stored in our database so that anybody in your organization who's logging in from somewhere else on the globe will be able to see it if they look at the same flight. So we store it locally, but no other airline outside your organization will be able to see it unless within the tool you have delegated access to it. It's a feature within the tool that you can delegate access to another airline to work on your flights. It's usually used for when we have airlines like Bjorn's who have 5 different AOs in the group, so they all delegate access between each other. So anybody from anyone in the organization can work on those flights. And in that case, that other delegated organization would be able to see the note field. Same as the category field. If you set a category and some labels, that is not visible outside your organization.
Okay. Will the NMP be decommissioned in April 2026?
No, it will be decommissioned in November. It has been delayed.
Okay. Will there be a possibility to apply filters for route catalogue, e.g. we do not want to see these routes which go through a certain waypoint?
Filters for route catalog, you mean in the route catalog menu? We can take this on board.
Are there plans to enhance NMUI to better support coordinated slot swaps between airlines, including shared visibility of constraints and impacts?
I think it follows on for a question that was asked yesterday about swapping with other airlines. It is something that we have had those requirements for a while. So yes, the answer is, simple answer is yes. And we're looking for ways of having electronic communication between those airlines. So you don't have to make a phone call, you can press a button and if, as long as the other airline is using NMUI flight, they can communicate, say, yes, I'm okay with a swap, and it would go ahead. So I can't go into the details of exactly what it will look like, but we're working on a solution for the future.
Just two more, a couple of questions on fade. In the NMUI demo, the fade delay column in the delay prediction was visible to the entire time, but when I try it out, I always have to click on the cloud symbol to make it visible. Is there a possibility of this being visible all the time, the delay figure? That was from Lufthansa.
As far as I understand it, when we have a cloud, this means that we just need to update the data.
Natalia, I think it's just our setting. Then we have a hidden setting in the software to always show the fade value, always go to the back end and report it. And in this test system, you're seeing all of the values automatically being populated. But in the ops version, it is true, the manual setting is there, so you will see a cloud which you have to manually click on. At the moment, we're not fully convinced with potential performance issues with this fade information being loaded each time, and it will affect your flight list being loaded. If you, I don't know if you saw it happen, but if the page refreshes, you will see that it doesn't immediately feel like most other data. It takes a bit of time. So at the moment, we're still going to keep it in manual mode for the near future.
Okay, and the last one is, what are the latest statistics on the accuracy of the fade delay predictions? We've already gone to Benjamin's team and asked the question.
So we contacted the colleagues from the FADE team, and more information, of course, could be found in the lobby. The data we have is that 4 to 5 hours before the departure, the error is around 8 minutes, while closer to the takeoff time, the error goes down to the 5 minutes. According to this, the fade is twice as accurate than CASA gives.
Thank you. Any more questions online? We need to wrap up soon.
It's just come in. For the number of critical flights, are we going to be able to see the amount of numbers of all the operators that we are responsible of? Since TUI Group operator, we need to see AOC critical numbers separately. Is that possible?
So currently it's the airline of our token. We can take a look at expanding this view.
But this goes back to the old question of operator, not call sign, which we've been discussing for a while.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much, Natalia.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda, before we take a break for lunch, I'm going to ask our colleagues from HungaroControl to join us, Thomas and Aaron. They're going to talk to us. This is a air traffic control service provider, HungaroControl, who's going to discuss operational practices for improving predictability. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll give the floor to our colleagues from the HungaroControl. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. Thank you very much for the invitation, Boris. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's very important for us to talk about this topic and to discuss in this forum with you, which topic is basically predictability. And I hope that by the end of our presentation you will see how predictability affects our operation and how we can provide a safe operation while reducing the delays. But this is very important. This is a common process with you, and especially as Björn already pointed out in his presentation, the special and very how to say significant role of the dispatchers during the flight planning process. We would like to keep this cooperation very close with you. So my name is Áron Eihinger. I'm the director of area control in HungaroControl, which is the air navigation service provider in Hungary. I'm responsible for the ACC, which covers the whole Hungarian airspace plus the KFOR sector. And basically I'm responsible for the flow and airspace management and flight data. So all the matters regarding flight plans belongs to me at the end. I'm an active air traffic controller as well, so especially during the summer, I have to cook what I have to eat what I've cooked during the preparation phase. So this is HungaroControl in numbers from 2025. In the Hungarian airspace, we handled more than 1,200,000 blah 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 flights. In the area control center, it means 1,100,000 because 90% of the traffic over Hungary is overflying, so the composition of the traffic is very overflight focused, let's say so, and this is why if we cause some delays, it mostly generated in one of the ACC sectors over Hungary. We provide the service over KFOR sector as well under an authorization by the NATO since 2014. In HungaroControl we have 840 employees, but only around 200 air traffic controllers. In Hungary we have only one tower, one approach, and one ACC, very simple country. In the ACC there are 120 controllers, so with this 120 controllers we handle like 1,001,000 flights, or more than 1,001,000 flights per year, which means that we are in a lack of controllers. That means that we are focusing on a very efficient operation. So this is why predictability is extremely important for us. And of course we have ADSAP colleagues who provide the necessary technical background for us. I would like to give the floor to my colleague who is the flow management expert, because the year 2024 was very, very challenging for us. We were a very significant bottleneck in the European network, I would say. But this was a turning point for us as well. So by 2025, we achieved a huge improvement, I would say. While the traffic increased around 9%, the delays per flight, the delay per flight reduced nearly 80%. So we are very proud of this. And how it happened behind the curtains, my colleague will explain it to you for now. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you very much. My name is Tamás Tavaszi and I'm an expert flow manager at HungaroControl. And I would like to show you some insights, some challenges we face, and how we are tackling these challenges. First of all, looking back on 2025, you see that the traffic grew around 9% in Budapest ACC, and not just in Budapest, but all around Europe. The traffic grew, and especially in the southeast axis. So our neighbors were facing the same challenges, so to say. And I asked myself a question: does it really grow uniform in our country, or is there some pockets of airspace where there is still some capacities? So we analyzed the situation and we dig deep. You can see on the bottom picture, that's the Hungarian airspace, composed of 4 elementary horizontal sectors: west, south, east and north. And utilizing on that, that would give us a better use of capacities. Would spread the traffic horizontally very nicely. There would be no congestion and less regulation. But in reality, we were not really able to do that. And most days we were using west and south sectors combined and also east and north combined. And the reason also combining those airspaces meant that we had to vertically introduce more division levels. So we figured east and north there is a traffic imbalance. So the east was really busy, captured 65% of the traffic, and the north only 35%. Meaning flying through multiple sectors, you may end up receiving multiple restrictions, which is not really ideal. So what we did on a strategic level, I brought some examples from the summer measures. On the right, that's a particular summer measure where our focus was to shift the traffic, and instead of flying on the red routes and via the east and west sectors, we would like to shift as much of the traffic as possible to the north, where we still in fact had some spare capacities, resulting in additional capacities. So instead of taking up two slots in two different sectors, you now just take up one slot in one sector, so we can give that capacity to somebody else. And that's the strategic part. But working on a tactical phase, it's challenging. And I'd like to show you how we work and how dynamic we are really. These are some examples. We have more than 800 configurations. How can we build up the Hungarian ACC? I just brought 4 here. These are configurations consisting of 4 traffic volumes. And you see, number 1, that may be good on a Monday afternoon where the west and south is collapsed and the east and north is collapsed as well. Division flight level is the same on both sides. But maybe in the early morning hours, we're running with configuration 4, so the west and south, the division level is at a lower point to better accommodate, for example, Vienna departures. So we have 800 configurations, and we try to find the best for the actual situation. And we are really dynamic in this regard, because I brought some examples. There's just a screenshot of one of our internal systems where we monitor what configuration we were running in real time. And you see it's the last Saturday of 2024 on the left, where the demand was higher than our capacity. So unfortunately, we had to apply regulations, a lot of them. But we reached the point there was nothing further, so we were running with the same configuration for a longer period of time. With this example, we had the same configuration between 800 and 1700 UTC. Not really ideal, but we tried our best. We found some spare capacities. We introduced new division levels, and same Saturday, last Saturday of July in 2025, same time period, we changed sector configuration 24 times. So we were really trying our best and monitoring the situation, and with those new traffic volumes we could introduce, we just put those places where we saw them necessary. But sometimes it's just not enough. So we can reach our capacity, and there's nothing else just to apply some regulations. So I brought some example. That's one of our traffic volumes which is used almost every day. It's the east and north combined, and between flight levels 345 and 365, so it just takes up 2 flight levels. So it's a really thin sector, really volatile one, and sometimes we have to regulate it because there's just nothing else we can do. So on the left, you see these are CHMI screenshots. Some of you may be familiar with these ones. It's entry hours, so each column is 1 hour of traffic, and you see the red bars are so that's our maximum, and that's the problem. So you see that there is more demand than our rate. So what we do is, these instances, we need to apply some regulation. So on the right, we implied some regulation, and you see we managed to maintain safety. And to make it even harder, flight plan adherence, that's one of our challenges, because after the summer, we analyzed and looked into the summer from 2025, 1st of June to the end of September. Based on the demand, we see that flight level 360 and 370 were, in fact, our most popular flight levels. More than 1/3 of the total traffic is flying on these two flight levels. But that's just demand. What's the difference between the plan and the reality? The reality is that 36%, again, was non-adhering on average. So each and every day, on average, more than 1/3 of flights we received on a different flight level than anticipated and planned for. So you see the green bars highlighting the flights where it was same, so the plan and the reality. The blue ones, they entered higher than requested, and bigger issue is high filers. So we face flights entering lower than requested. So what the FMP sees, it's the same example, the same traffic volume on the east and north with two flight levels. You see the CHMI again, and you see now two bars. The green is highlighting the demand, and the blue one is the actual traffic. And you see that even with some regulations in place, we are asking our colleagues in NM to please, hey, apply some regulations. We see that it's not going to work, and they do so. And beforehand, it looks just fine. And after the end of the day, I take a look and I realize that the actual traffic was significantly higher than our capacities. So just to give you an example how we tackle this issue on a day-to-day basis. In HungaroControl, the supervisor position and the FMP position is 2 rows. And that's just a screenshot of the screen we are looking at. So we constantly monitor every possibility and check for the most optimal configuration. But when I see that in 10 to 15 minutes we'll have some non-adhering flights, I'm just opening up flight lists, I'm showing it to my supervisor, and he takes it to the sector for the ATCOs and try to basically to get rid of these non-adhering flights, because they're not just problem for us, but maybe they are a problem for the downstream sectors. So putting those flights back to their intended original flight levels may solve problems for the downstream sectors as well. And I brought another example. I was working 3 consecutive days during the summer. It's a consecutive Friday, Saturday, and Sunday last August, where I tried to come up with different ways. On the first, on the left, I saw that it's the exact same traffic volume I showed you previously, and we applied no regulation. We saw the demand, it looked just fine. I was not really trying to regulate this traffic. I was hoping for the best, right? And in fact, actually there were more flights than we could handle, so it was a tough day. But the following day, I knew that yesterday we had some issues, so I might just try to regulate this on capacity and try to save myself. So I asked my colleagues at NM, hey, please apply some regulations on capacity. And again, the result was something eerily similar. So on the 3rd day, I was like, I try to really save my ATCOs and I will reduce capacity 10%. So I reduced capacity, and as you can see, the values dropped slightly. But at the end of the day, there is just wasted capacity. So basically, we can ensure flight safety by wasting some capacity, which is not ideal. And we figure that in a day to regulate 60 aircraft unnecessary, that's the only way to account for the unpredictability. So that was that, but we have taken some measures. And I would give the floor back to Aaron.
Thank you. Now I put my air traffic controller hat on, because actually this whole thing which is we are talking about now is predictability of flight plan adherence. Now we can increase predictability by increasing flight plan adherence. So that's the only way now what I know. And this is for me is like what we are talking about. We anticipate the operational situation from the flight plans that we have. If the operational situation differs by 10%, then our operations, or we have to keep the safety efficiency trade-off somewhere in mind. So we can go on this way to increase the capacities of the sectors, but as we overshoot them all the time, we will face a safety issue and overload the air traffic controllers. So from the air traffic control point of view, it's like a three-legged stool, let's say so, and one of this leg missing, that will lead to tip over or of this stool. So mainly system, procedure, and I would say mindset, but it's always is human. So system is a prerequisite, and to build a procedure on it. And in HungaroControl we improved, or we developed an in-house tool for letting the air traffic control know where an actual traffic should be. It sounds very obvious that an air traffic controller knows where a flight should be in 4D, but he or she doesn't know. Actually, in many of the systems, there's a huge process to dig out where this flight should be according to the flight plan. So what we did, we improved the system and make it very easily accessible for the controller from the radar screen, from just one present hole, that this flight in your sector, in your geographical sector, should be on this or that flight level. I will show a picture later on this. So this is a prerequisite, and then we could build a procedure on it to tell the controllers then if a flight asks for a flight level change or something, you have to take this information into account. And then we get to the point of mindset, which is not just an air traffic controller mindset point, but I think the flight crews and all of the people in this business, in this industry. So what we did, we have this continuous international cooperation. We organize workshops on these topics, and we are gathering the feedbacks, and we have the post-ops assessments always. But the main thing, the first step, is this ATM system development, and then ATS operational handbook update. How airlines can support us? What we always say, that file as you fly, fly as you fly. It's very easy, and there's no 100% of adherence, I know, but we have to strive for much better performance, I would say, when we end up in such a rate or ratio, let's say, so that we commonly agree on a level like 20% of the flights can be on a different flight level, and it's okay. And then we design our systems, our safety systems, and everything according to this. So now we have an in-house BI dashboard that we use for tracking the situation, and it shows this data, this value that my colleague already mentioned, that around 40% of the traffic doesn't enter on that flight level which is in the flight plan, which is many reasons, so no blame, and I would like to really avoid any pointing finger on any of us or you or anyone, because this must be a common effort, let's say so. So what we did last year, the system development, what I've mentioned already to you, that we can now show where this flight should be according to the flight plan, to the ETCOs, and we have the procedure, and then we check what happened. There are many, I think this kind of this kind of topic popped up recently in the last couple of years. And there are many, many dashboards, and many, many dashboards are changing the methodology all the time. And what we wanted to aim for is that having one certain methodology that we use all the time, and then we can check the trends, because we don't want to increase the adherence to 100% and just having in mind, okay, everyone will be adherent and so on. We just want to see that we have a lot of effort in this, and do we go to the right direction or not, just checking the trends. And this is the main point, I would say, the mindset thing. As an air traffic controller, it is very hard to change from one kind of mindset that was with us for decades, how to serve, what service means, to something which is a more network approach, like the best I can do as an air traffic controller is to put this traffic at that flight level, at that position where it should be according to the flight plan. It is very different what we did prior to the COVID, let's say so. But as we have a very limited number of controllers now, and all Europe suffering from this, we have to be very efficient, and the efficiency doesn't come from the sectors. It comes from the whole network and the whole system. And the best we can do is just stick to the flight plan. New challenges that we face with mainly comes from this change is in the OJT phase, the on-the-job training phase from the ETCOs. It is very hard to implement something in the training, to say to an air traffic controller that don't do anything, just leave this flight plan leave this flight where it is. Even if it asks another flight level or something different compared to the flight plan, you should say negative. It's very hard to say negative for an air traffic control if there's no safety reason. And especially if the traffic load is low, an air traffic controller won't think about that if I change the flight level, what would happen. He or she doesn't consider what will happen 3 sectors later or 3 ANSPs later, but in that sector and at that ANSP, it can lead to a massive overload. So this is a mind thing. But now I can see that as we are talking more and more of this topic, the acceptance increased. So this is the system improvement what we have. This is a Wizz Malta flight from Romania to Milan. Yes, I think. And this is just one present hold from the controller. This is how he or she can see the flight plan in our system. It can see the Wizz Malta 7622. The requested level is 360, which is in the green frame. The entry point is Daget, which is in the yellow frame. And at the entry, it should be at 350 according to the flight plan. And the exit point from the FIR is Dimlo, which they should be at 330. So what information does this give to the controller? It gives the information that this should be where this flight or which sectors this flight is planned, but an extra info, it is able for 360. It is very important because if we have to do some separation, and okay, I know that according to the flight plan it should leave Hungary at 330, but there's another traffic at 330, what should I do? And 350 also occupied or something like this. From this, I would assume that they are able 360. And this is the point when we get to the high filers, when I have in the flight plan 380 and they are unable to reach it. And then all the traffic remains in the lower sector, overloading the lower sector and a waste of capacity in the higher sectors. This is the only thing how you can, I am not the only, but one of the main points, how you can help us to file realistic flight plans. Because all the other things like flying higher than the requested or don't stick to the departure time of a slot or something like this, all of these are based on air traffic controllers' instructions. So to be honest, it's a mindset thing. But this one is a physical thing, let's say. The other thing that we are facing with now, as the traffic increasing, all the ANSPs are doing new sectorizations, and then they just cut their sectors into half or something like this. More and more geographical sectors happen. And then the direct and not the level adherence, but the route adherence is very important again, because if an air traffic controller sends someone to a direct point, it can cross those airspaces where this flight is not planned, and then can cause an overload and missing from that one where they are planned, and this is a waste of capacity. And another thing is that if you are filing a flight plan which crosses many of these geographical airspaces like sectors with, let's say, no reason, then you might face with multiple regulations, because all of these sectors, all of these traffic volumes have an hourly capacity. And if you just, for example, in this case, if the green one avoids, the green flight leg would avoid the purple airspace, then they wouldn't get any restriction from the purple one, only from the green one. But in this case, they will get a double restriction, because they are counted in this hourly traffic, each of the sectors. So now I think we try to give you some kind of an approach where this topic is so important for us, and I think for all of the community, or the whole community. And with the help of Boris, we would like to have a small survey. We'd like to ask you one thing, and I'm really interested in your answers.
So I would just like to ask my colleagues from technical support to publish the screen, if possible, with a click share. So I would like to invite everybody in the room to access the voting tool as we did for the morning session with, okay, good, and yes, excellent. I hope you can scan the QR code. This time will be slightly different. We are not voting, and we will ask a few questions. Try to keep answers short. I think there is a limited number of characters with each. 20, and your answers will be immediately visible in the screen. So the first question, how you as the flight dispatchers can support ANSPs and network in the flight plan adherence. What's your opinion according to the initial presentation setting the scene for the rest of the day?
Yeah, it's very nice to read this, because okay, this fly line is fine, and this is what we are always talking about, but this brief pilot's very important. And I don't know how an airline works, but maybe the closer cooperation between the dispatcher and the pilot's mindset and something like this can lead to a better performance. I didn't expect so many.
There are some, I say we can also collect these inputs as
Yeah.
consideration for any future actions.
Okay.
Let's see if the screen will stabilize eventually.
Okay. Last time when I did this, that was the process when I wanted to become an air traffic controller. How many things can I?
I think that we see some quite common inputs, file as you plan to fly, brief the pilots, brief the crew. And these are standard, quite visible, short answers from this audience.
Thank you.
I would suggest we move to the next question.
No, actually, it's just there was one of that, which is avoid busy sectors or congested airspaces like this. We would like to really help you to file as efficient as possible. So I think it is very important to emphasize the importance of the NM actually, Chris. I know that when we are facing with such a flight plan that we don't really understand, and we might find a much better solution, we always coordinate with NM, and then the NM actually it's and then you can coordinate with the airline. So this is a part of the daily process, I would say.
Now, something about the challenges that you see as the flight dispatchers to achieve a better predictability in the context discussed within the presentation. Let's see. Let's go this time. Thank you.
Shall I stop here? Shall I stop here, or yeah, it's good. Go for lunch.
I think
This is good. That's good. We have the space for improvement.
So thank you very much, HungaroControl. We'll let this keep running to see what we go on. I saw some very interesting ones there. The untrained ground handlers, something I would never have thought about. That's interesting to me. The pilot's free will, that's a challenge, of course. Because for years and years at EUROCONTROL, we've always had this thought, and we've had workshops, and we've had days of attempting to do fly as you file. But now to go around and say the opposite as well, that you file as you fly, that's really important. And it is, we hear that concept in different guises with just inventive flight planning, etc. So I think it's really important that those two go together in the future to achieve this. We're going to open it up for questions now, and then we'll follow after lunch with the airline's perspective on adherence, etc. I thank you very much for coming, giving us the Air Traffic Control Centre's perspective on this, and also thank you very much for that great workshop you hosted on the subject. That's very well appreciated. Thank you. So any questions in the room? Pino, please.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thanks for the presentation. It was quite interested. I'm also really interested about the replies. Especially, I'm interested in someone wrote the French, so it seems to be that is very peculiar one. Just to say, I joined EUROCONTROL in 2000. Already in 2000, we were speaking about predictability, to improve the predictability. So we are, after 26 years, we are still speaking about predictability. It's evident that today, probably, although it's many years, complexity is increasing a lot, this issue about predictability. More sectors, vertical, horizontal, so the risk to be in a different sectors is quite easy today. So domino effect is there everywhere. Mindset is quite important because we said always we try to ping pong airspace users, ATCOs, who is responsible for both sides. There is a certain complicity, no, in improving this lack of predictability, and this is a job we need to do together. From my perspective, what I see in terms of planning, what is also important is that whatever the ATM offers some opportunity in terms of better routing, these opportunities are already taken at planning purposes. I make a practical example of the airspace management where I'm directly involved. Availability of areas, no? We said, I saw before, very interesting, no? We improved this usage of optimizing the flight plan and not more company routes. But from our perspective, looking at the statistic data, the uptake is very low. So what does it mean? This implicitly that you have areas, volume of areas available, and there are good chances at the tactical level the controllers will offer a shortcut because it's part of mindset, straightforward. And this improves the unpredictability, the volatility. So this is a common effort we need to do together. ATCOs from one side, the space user, flight dispatcher on the other side, try to cooperate. There is a focus group, a new focus group of addressing the predictability, how much we can address. I said we don't have the Santo Graal solution that solves everything, but we needed just to work together, maybe piece by piece. Your system improvement, modus operandi, training the staff in a different way, ATCOs, are all the steps trying to achieve as much as possible we can to reduce the risk. Certainly the complexity we have together is not an easy task to solve it.
Thank you, Pino. Any other questions in the room?
Hello.
Hello.
Fatih from SunExpress. I'm here, just behind you. Yeah. It's not a question, but I would like to thank you to HungaroControl because their positive approach and their attitude. As an airline, we are using their airspace very often, and they came and visited us, and we shared our perspective and approach to them. And in 2024, and we compared 2025 performance between the ATFM restrictions and CTOTs which we received in the past, we saw there's an incredible improvement on 2025. It was around 80–85%. I shared with them also. I would like to thank you to them for their effort, for their approach to the airline, because we are, and as an airline, we always having problem with the restrictions, capacity limitations, and those are the main concerns for us. But this is first time one of the ANSP come to the airline, then they try to deal with the problems together with us. At the end, we saw the positive inputs in our operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. My boss Stephen is in the room, head of network operations, and I think that's a great comment, Stephen, for us to take away and to try to get this cooperation happening more often in the network to achieve these sort of results. So we thank you as well. Thank you. Now we've got SunExpress, who also intervened, had an intervention to say that it was good that HungaroControl visited you and discussed the problem. So please go ahead. Thank you very much. Just press the button under the...
Hello everyone, my name is Cüneyt Altner from SunExpress Airlines. In this presentation, I will talk about the efficient flight planning and flight plan adherence. Our presentation consists of 4 main parts, and at the end we will take your questions if you have. First, I will briefly introduce SunExpress. Second, I will explain what we do in IOCC. Third, I will share the dispatcher's operational perspective and explain how dispatchers optimize the flight plans. And finally, my colleague Rana from our Operational Excellence team will explain how data analytics helps us improve flight plan adherence and operational performance. First, SunExpress. As SunExpress, we have over 4,600 employees and operates in more than 35 countries. Our headquarters are in Antalya and Frankfurt. We also have branches in Izmir, Ankara, and Dalaman. SunExpress was founded in 1989 as a joint venture of Turkish Airlines and Lufthansa to support the tourism between Germany and Turkey. We started our operations with charter flights, and in 2001 we added our one scheduled flight, the first scheduled flight to Frankfurt. We started the domestic flights in Turkey in 2006. And our Izmir branch office was established at the same time. In 2015, we conducted our first long-haul flights on behalf of Eurowings Airlines under a wet lease agreement for a while. And today, we operate across 3 continents and serving more than 100 destinations in 35 countries. We operate approximately 2,700 flights per week and have carried more than 168 million passengers in the last 35 years. This is our IOCC office. And so, the Integrated Operations Control Center, the IOCC. IOCC acts as a central hub for an operational decision-making. The IOCC is responsible for operational planning, operational control, and flight irregularity management within the 72 hours ops period at SunExpress. Beyond this time window, our scheduling department has the authority to decide on the flights. IOCC ensures strong communication between dispatch, crew control, maintenance, and ground operations to conduct the flight safely and smoothly. Our IOCC Operational Excellence teams develops projects in collaboration with other stakeholders, such as EUROCONTROL, to maintain the innovation and technologies. My colleague Rana will share some information after me accordingly. So, at the end, our main goal is to maintain operational stability while ensuring safety, efficiency, and on-time performance. Approach to efficient flight planning. So I want to begin with the flight plan adherence. Flight plan adherence means ensuring that a flight operates according to its planned route, altitude, schedule, fuel plan, and ATC clearances, as all we know. To achieve this, the dispatchers focus on several key actions, such as accurate and realistic flight planning, strong communication with flight crews, and effective crew briefing as well. Real-time flight monitoring continues improving, and the post-flight analysis also play a crucial role in improving future operations. Operational control. Operational control refers the authority to initiate, continue, divert, or cancel a flight to ensure safe and efficient operations. Our key responsibilities include ensuring accurate data, calculating, validating, and releasing the flight plans, monitoring the flight progress and communicating the operational changes, and also the supporting efficient fleet utilization in accordance with the regulations. Data maintenance. Accurate operational data is essential for the reliable flight planning. Our data maintenance process keeps navigation, airport, and operational data up to date and compliant with the regulations. This process includes maintaining the routes, airways, and airport information in accordance with the AIRAC cycles and RAD restrictions. In addition, our data maintenance team validates also the NOTAMs that may affect our operations. so that we ensure the accuracy of the flight planning briefing package data. Strong coordination between dispatch, IT, and flight operations ensures that the flight planning systems remain accurate and efficient. Flight list monitoring, NMUI. We use NMUI. The dispatchers actively review the flight plans through the NMUI flight list, even when the system returns an ACK message. So I want to share an example with the yo-yo error. So here's an example showing the yo-yo warning in one of the flight plans. Because of the routes and ATF-CMRI constraints, the planned route or flight levels is not always the most optimal, because these constraints affect the behaviors of the flight planning systems, as we know. And as a result, the aircraft may need to climb and descend at intermediate levels, which we call a yo-yo profile, as shown in the slide. These profiles can reduce the flight efficiency, increase the fuel consumption, extend the flight time, and may also increase the exposure to ATFM regulations. If we identify a recurring issue, we also inform our data maintenance team to check the flight planning system settings and take the necessary actions on the company routes, on the company flight plannings as well. Here you can see the corrected flight levels on the same route to ensure a smooth cruise flight. Proactive flight planning optimization helps improve vertical and lateral efficiency, ensure compliance with route and ATFM regulation requirements, minimize the regulation of the delay impacts, and enhance network acceptance and slot stability. After sending a change message, the yo-yo error is no longer present, as shown in the NMUI flight list. By revising the flight plans, we achieve a smoother cruise profile and improve network acceptance. Post-flight performance analysis. After the flight, our operational excellence teams analyzes the operational performance using several key indicators: route deviations, delay causes, and adherence to planned route, altitude, and schedule are reviewed. This data analysis helps us identify the repeated operational issues and improve our planning. Continuous improvement and training is also an important part of our operational culture. Training for AOC staff, including dispatchers, helps us apply best practices in all our operations. We use operational data to update our SOPs. We also share dashboards for our IOCC staff so that all the team can see and track the operational performance in the office. A strong team culture helps us work in the same way and stay reliable. In summary, ensuring flight plan adherence and efficient flight planning requires good planning, strong coordination, active monitoring, and continuous improvement. So my colleague Rana will continue after me for the operational excellence team.
Thank you, Junaid. I will be talking about the background of what we do for flight efficiency to help flight planning and operational efficiency in the background. To start with, we created databases called Data Warehouse. We have centralized data for all ACARS, WQR, EFB, and MVT data. This allows us to conduct all of our AI and ML projects on the background. And the basic usage of it is, as we all know, we have dashboards in SOP, and in day-to-day operations, we use more than 60 KPIs and gather all the information in front of us. This is an example of this. This is a customized dashboard that you can use in your operations on a daily basis. From estimated time of departure to mail items that we can use, we can see all of the data here, and it makes it for easier decisions. Again, with the help of the data warehouse, we can build prediction projects, and this first of all, this project is passenger payload prediction. This project allows us to make better decisions in payload predictions with male, female, kids and infants, city pairs and seasonality that we have in our historical databases allows us to make better decisions for the future flights as well. This not only allows us to do predictions, but also contributes to zero fuel weight errors reduction, and also is very efficient for carbon dioxide emission reduction as well. The second prediction we do is estimated time of departure project prediction. We use Catboat's model for the next leg departure forecasting here. We use, again, historical data and airport congestion and weather data to be able to do the better estimates. The third project is runway heading prediction. We again use the historical traffic data, weather data, and operational flight data. The likely scenarios that happened in the past with similar weather conditions, similar traffic, are likely is going to be used for the runway heading estimation for us. The fourth one is OTP prediction. We are using, again, the historical delays and airport congestions. And we have in our screens the OTP prediction for the days, which allows us to make better conduction during the day if we know the OTP prediction in advance. The fifth project is ORES. This is Operational Reserve Aircraft Number. In the past, we were doing this as intuition-based, but now we have a mathematical calculation to do it in a more mathematical manner. And the way that we're doing this is by Monte Carlo simulation. This not only allows us to decide how many numbers of planes that we need to reserve, but also decides which bays we should reserve these aircraft as well. This program has a lot of variations in the background, from ferry costs, subcharter costs, compensations, delays, and creates an environment that we can create likelihood simulations for hundreds and thousands of times until it converges to a point where we know that we have the best chance of winning numbers of aircraft reserves. And we have an AI tool to be able to do it, as you can see on the screen. We have the number of simulations that we enter. It kind of takes a long enough time if you want to do more than like 1,001 of them, but we have just an example of this. The other thing that I want to mention is decision support tool. This actually has more than 50 KPIs running in the background and helps us give advice on how we can consolidate some of our flights and do some swaps. This has all the maintenance data, ORS data that I mentioned, night curfew information, MAL CDL items and delay information, any crew information, to fuel factors of our flights, which makes it better to do any swaps that we cannot see with human vision. It creates an automatical optimization decision in the background using deterministic optimization. And in the end of the day, it's giving us some profit and loss. You can see numbers in the end in the optimization result, giving us how much profit we will make actually if we did those kind of swaps. When I click on the consolidation, I could see any consolidated flights that has the same directions. And when there is a night curfew clash or approach, again, I can see on the screen. This project is going to be on live this year, but we will, in the future, we will create our own interfaces to make it a little bit more available for the users to see any flight tracking systems as well. And at the end of the day, because of the ops controller makes the final decision to do any kind of swaps, they can leave their feedbacks whether if they decide to do or not on the swaps, and they can write their feedbacks saying that whether if they decide to go forward with it or not. Other project that I want to mention is CrewBuddy. To be able to reduce voice communication workload in our teams, we created this tool to make a messaging system for speedy and efficient coordinated communication. between the crew and IOCC members. This also allows us to keep track of what kind of communication happens and create better results in the future. The second thing is OFP figure checks. As we know, at the end of some swaps, we want to prevent any registration mismakes. And again, as a help, we are using OFP figure checks program to check if the registration mismakes happen and also updates the plan accordingly with the correct numbers. The third one is smart NOTAM filtering. This allows us to automatically, when there's a NOTAM notification, it matches with our flights, so it helps us not miss any of the notifications that are there or any remarks that are there. And we are in the future hoping to automatically integrate on-flight tracking systems as well. Irregularity case solver. This project is one of the projects that we are able to collect any kind of text information about any irregularities happen from different kind of data sources and gather them in one source. We're reading those kind of information and then matching them with the regarding flight numbers mapping with RPA. And then we're summarizing using AI. And at the end of the day, we're using APA to categorize those and giving all of the cost information, all automized. And another project is dynamic block hours. As we all know that we have new routes opening each year, and the winter and summer season with the airport congestion can be changed. So in the beginning of winter and summer season, we are actually updating these numbers again on the machine learning side and learning which is the best block hour for the upcoming season. And we are communicating these with the schedule department. There is one more project that I didn't include here is actually the end project I want to mention, and it is chatbot AirMind. It's an artificial intelligence-based AirMind project that collects all of the data sources that I mentioned. It has been started developing this year, but all of the SOP data that I mentioned, the company manuals, the MetaTaf data, the NOTAM updates, and all the logs that I mentioned is included in this chatbot we're implementing. And it's also got APIs connected to our ETD prediction project and NOTAM filtering project, so you can ask your questions and a chatbot can respond to those accordingly. And in the future, we're hoping to have PETA integrated in our systems with AirMind as well. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation about how all of that data, those systems connected together in your organization are bringing operational efficiency. I would go as far as to say operational excellence, and congratulations for that. In the first presentation, I noticed that you looked at yo-yos, and it's something that we looked at a long time ago. Boris led the project to identify yo-yos and sharp turns as well, which were basically inefficient flight planning, very, very unlikely ever to be flown. And we have the reject mechanism, which you all know very well in NM flight planning system. But that's the last action we want to take is reject your flight plan. So we do have some turn and yo-yo parameters which say that's just completely not allow that if it was ever flown would be almost dangerous for air traffic control to try to deal with. But then you have the other level of parameters, which is it's still a yo-yo, it's still a sharp turn. We're not going to reject your flight plan, but maybe you should look at it. It is great to see you to take that action yourself, because you don't have to. You can leave the flight plan as it is. It's going to create inefficiencies in the network, because that profile that we saw that yo-yo, that's not going to be flown in most cases. And so it's good for the network to see that happening, and I would definitely suggest to the others that these are tools available to you through NM systems that do identify flight planning inefficiencies that you can use to help the network by ironing out those unlikely climbs and descents in the profile, as well as the sharp turns which are unlikely to be flown. And thank you for the presentation. So now I'll leave it open to the floor for any questions, please, for SunExpress. Anything online? Boris.
Yeah, we have one, but I'm sure could be covered with a later conversation. It's about, does EUROCONTROL provide a tool to compare RFL along the route when planned versus flown? Actually, one of the tools that were available in our stands today, FADM also have, or FLAIR, have a capability to provide some insights into this information. More details is available in the booklet, but still the topic associated with adherence to the level.
Yeah, thank you, yes. Okay, nothing else then, no question? No? Okay, so we'll move on to the next presentation, BA, British Airways. Chris, it's you. It's gonna give a presentation in a similar vein about how they deal with these sort of problems in their operations. Thanks, Chris.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Chris James and I'm from British Airways. Can I just say on behalf of everyone here, thank you for organising these great days. Hopefully, I came to the first one a couple of years ago and I took a lot away from this. And to be asked to come back and do a presentation is quite an honour. So thank you to everyone for this today. Some of these subjects I'm going to be talking about has been mentioned this morning, but again, I think it's so important that we are all talking about flight plan adherence. And since I did this project, I just didn't realise quite how much we are not complying and what data is out there so that we can all sort of take this information away and actually try and make this better. So I'm going to talk from a British Airways perspective, but it was also relevant for all airlines, I believe. So we've heard about what flight plan adherence is and why it matters. So it's all about predictability and stability. I think we all have that message now. But with an airline, is it easy to have predictability and stability? There's plenty of challenges out there to stop us from having that, but this is just some of the examples up there. So it's a shared effort, it's not just the airlines, everyone's got to work together. The flight plan adherence, as we've heard, is levels, the actual route flown, but it's also to do with time. Are you going to enter that ACC centre at the exact time? Are you delayed? Are you now pushing the slots into another hour? Again, the computer flight planning programs, as I said, it's not just airlines or ANSPs, it's the flight planning systems. Are they able to actually deliver this efficiently? Is it too complex? Is there too many rules in there that are stopping us? The flight plan adherence, why it matters, it helps reduce lost slots. So again, instead of having predicted all these delays, we're trying to maximize what's available to us. It reduces last-minute regulations, as we mentioned earlier with some of these presentations. There's always this just in case. If there's been a pattern of people filing at a flight level and then it's not being adhered to, are we now having to regulate the next sectors down because of we're having to be just in case we have these what's called intruders. So it's a big event all over. And this little diagram here, which was taken from your last event, I'm afraid, when we were in Budapest. But I thought it highlighted actually what we're talking about here. So in this little diagram, if we take this flight, it was filed to go through sectors Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. But Charlie was regulated, so the airline, or in this instance, the aircraft flew under Charlie to avoid those half-an-hour delays. Now, there could have been any reasons why. It could have been an ATCO could have just offered it, or it could have been the crew trying to make up for lost time and ask for a bit more of a direct routing, for example. So this has now caused the sector Charlie to remain empty. So that's now lost, a slot has now been lost, which someone else could have used. Sector Delta could now be overloaded due to an unplanned entry. And this then increases the workload for the ATCOs that are in Sector Delta, which was this unplanned entry. So why does non-adherence happen? So these are just a few things that I thought about for us as an airline. We've got aircraft performance, people, restrictions, and then the operational restrictions. So if we just have a quick look at aircraft for, I'm thinking here British Airways, but I'm sure this is relevant to a lot of airlines in here. Technical defects, after we've initially filed the flight plan, has a new defect now happened that we can't reach the levels that we had initially planned. This is quite a key one, I believe, from some of the data I've seen. Optimistic performance data. Is the flight planning systems using data that's too optimistic, which is allowing the aircraft to be planned at the higher levels, and therefore we're not achieving those lateral levels in the real world. I've got some examples later of what we were talking about, or Boris mentioned a dashboard called Flare. So I got some screenshots of that to show you exactly what actually is happening. And then on the day performance, at British Airways, we file a flight plan 12 hours before departure, and then we'll rerun again at 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes before departure. And all we're doing on that is just taking in the weather and the loads. So the zero fuel weights could change, which means we now may be heavier or lighter than what was originally planned 12 hours ago. So again, this could lead to some quite different flight plans being the changes from what was originally filed. People, again, as we mentioned earlier, I know Bjorn mentioned it, there's no finger pointing, it's just the realities of what we have to work with. So when we talk about people here, we're not actually saying, oh, your fault, but some of the reasons why is that, especially at British Airways, we have most of our short-haul flights are automated, so there could be this lack of awareness or visibility is actually what's been filed, and then workload. We could be constantly busy that you do miss some of these options or these alerts that are telling you it's gone wrong. From a pilot's perspective, they're not hearing to the fly what you file concept. They could be asking for directs or asking for the higher or lower levels for some reason. Obviously, there's turbulence and safety elements to this, but that's a different matter. And then there's also the pressure to maintain schedules, looking for shortcuts. As we all know, as we're going in towards summer with the Greek airports, for example, there's always delays and pressure to maintain these schedules, and especially if you're turning around onto night jet ban flights, there's always that element that they need to try and get back to base as quick as they can. And as our friends at HungaroControl said, that air traffic controllers, they may offer these directs and levels because they're doing everyone a favour. But the problem is there this awareness or visual of what actually is happening if we do this? It's what's happening downstream. Is the effect worse now than just being that nice, friendly, offering that shortcut? As regards to restrictions in this instance, I won't go through all of it, but we all know delays, they can cause last-minute changes, especially at British Airways. We won't ever sit with a delay if we can help it. We'll try and reroute and level cap to get out of the delays. And we all know about the RADs. Free airspace, I think, is one of the biggest ones here. It's so complex. The rules structures are so, they're not straightforward. So again, it goes back to our flight planning systems. Are we actually accurately deciphering these RADs or restrictions? Is this causing uneven flight plans, not necessarily the most efficient routes because of these RADs or free airspace? Operational from an airline's perspective, so this is a key one I think we had at British Airways, and I'll hold our hands up, and I think we were very unrealistic with our schedules over the years. Turnarounds were too tight, aircraft and crew were not scheduled correctly, allowing for these delays, but I think over the years a lot of effort has gone into this now at British Airways to try and to make things more realistic. So just to give you an example, for Heathrow this winter, our schedules were built on a 14-hour rate, arrival rate into Heathrow, to try and maintain some stability into the operation. So there's also airline-related delays, just operational, like customers, staffing. There could be technical issues that delay us leaving the gates on time. Airports, again, as I said, it's a general overview of everyone. This could be overloaded SIDS, especially at Heathrow. We have this sometimes during the summer. We will then proactively reroute some of our flights if we can. We'll have a meeting with HAL and we'll try and say, right, these flights here, can we please push them onto different departures? But we can't always do it. So sometimes there is these overload on SIDs, so there could be some last minute changes due to that. And then we have the regulatory framework, which I was saying earlier. So if we have delays, we're going to try and get back before this EU or UK 261. So there's always that pressure on the crew to maintain the schedules. Obviously, we have weather disruption, and we know how bad that can be. But it's nice to see this year that there's been a lot more effort put onto this with regards to the cherry picking that was mentioned earlier. And it seems to be that, you know, it is taken a little bit more seriously and just being a bit this free-for-all. And then, again, I mentioned the computer flight planning systems. Again, it's no finger pointing here, but we know how complex the rules structure are. Like now, we've just having an air rack. Unfortunately, we thought we'd get in somewhere, and now we've just been delayed again because there's a lot more directs that needed to be put into the system, so that's put everyone back again. So, yeah, so we all know that there are limitations to what's going on, and especially as the airspace is so congested, so complex, rules are being introduced all the time, and are we able to keep up and to actually deliver these rules properly? So just using British Airways information, this is not secret to BA, this is available to everyone, and this is the Flare website, so everyone can look at this, and this basically shows you what you flew as a flight level compared to what you filed. So I thought I'd share some data with you on this one. So as a network-wide for last year, for 2025, 90.3% of our flights flew at a different level than what was originally filed. By looking through this kind of information, that figure is pretty standard for most airlines. I think most everyone's around that ballpark. But the interesting part here is that just 30% of the actual route was changed. So overall, we were pretty accurate on our flight levels, but there was about 30% of the actual length of the route that was flown at a different level. And then, as we can see on this diagram, there was quite an even split between higher and lower. There was no actual anything stood out there. But if we look at some different areas, so I've got 3 different ACC centres here. So Shannon, I've picked this one because obviously we have so many flights that are going up to the ocean. So in this instance, just over 95% of our flights had a level change. 49% of the route was different. That's 33,500 flights, and most of those were going to the Atlantic. And in this instance, we can see here that most flew at a higher level than what was planned, which makes me think there was something wrong with the structures of the airspace and the way that our system was interpreting that data. Brest, 97% of our flights had a level change. This is about 44,000 flights. And in this instance, this was an almost even split. So again, it was really hard to work out why this one could have been. We have a mixture of long haul and short haul flights going through this airspace. And then if we looked at Karlsruhe, 95% of our flights had a level change, which is quite high. 31% of the route was different. 44,000 flights, and this is mostly short haul flights. And they, in this instance, flew at a lower level. So again, this picture tells me, is our data, our optimization tools wrong? Is it too over-optimistic saying that we can get to these higher levels? Now, there is another tool called a Discipline Flight Plan Execution tool. Forgive me if I get some of this bit wrong because I had to research this myself, but this basically shows us in regulated airspace whether we actually applied, we went into what we had actually planned. So in this year, 21,000 incidents of non-adherence. This is all for British Airways. 7,000 flights were actually planned to go through these levels, but they were absent, and just over 14,500 were unplanned entries. So those are called intruders, which we couldn't actually plan for. Just going into a little bit more detail. So if I took Larnaca, for example, there's 728 flights flew at a different flight level than what was planned. Most of those, or 546, were on the 320neo, and they flew at a lower level. And as you can see there in that box, you can see that what we filed was mostly 39,000 feet, but most of them actually flew at 37,000 feet. And I think that goes back to what you guys were saying at HungaroControl. It seems to be that 37, 38 is the sweet spot of the flights, and I believe that the NEOs are flying, as Chris has said many times, it's too optimistic. We can't get to those 39,000 feet. So again, this is just very obvious stuff here, but this is just, again, operational, the costs, the reputation, the reason why we make last-minute changes to our routes. So we talk about predictability and stability. However, as an airline, we need to make changes at the last minute to eradicate some of these delays. We can't sit there. And just to give you an idea, dispatches last year, in some kind of intervention, and underway was about 325,000 minutes of delays that we saved last year for various reasons, level capping, asking the help desk, asking the OLOs, but we record everything that we try to do. So yeah, it's roughly 325,000. So you, as we were saying earlier, so if you take €100 a minute, that's quite a significant change. So just going to give you some quick examples of, these are our flights, just to again highlight some of the reasons why. So this flight here from Venice to Heathrow, it was filed at flight level 380. It had 2 regulations attached to it. As we can see, Echo Hotel Yankee Romeo had 0-minute delay. It was regulated but had 0 minutes. And if you looked at the actual regulation, it was at 36,000 and higher was where that regulation was. Now the flight was actually levelled off at 36,000 feet, so it actually avoided the regulation, and it flew that way all the way back to Heathrow, even though it was filed at 38,000 feet. So how is this then a lost slot? So that 601 was originally planned to fly at 38,000 feet through regulated airspace, but with no delay. And that was what's called planned but absent. So it was planned to go through at 38,000 feet, but it never made it into that 38,000 feet, and therefore that slot could have gone to someone else. And now, with that, there is now the risk that that lower level could now be overloaded. And if that continued, that's when these regulations could come in to try and avoid that for the rest of the day. So using EUROCONTROL's terminology, an unplanned entry, that adds additional load. It's an aircraft flies into regulated airspace which is not on the flight plan. And planned but absent is lost capacity. And that's an aircraft that doesn't fly through regulated airspace when it was planned to do so. Again, this was just mentioned about the yo-yo, but there is a definition for it. So it's a descent of 2,000 feet, and it's followed by a climb of 3,000, or a descent of 3,000, then followed by a climb of 2,000. Yo-yo is quite obvious. And again, we've just seen this a few times, how we can use it on NMUI. And here's some examples that we found for Larnaca and Heathrow. As you can see there was some drops and back in. Is that realistic? No one's actually going to ever fly those. So again, this increases workload for the crew because they're having to change in radio contact. This is ATCOs, and it overloads different sectors. There's no plans for this. So what we should be doing here in this instance is replanning at a sensible level. However, there's our elements, but there are some other things that we have found that sort of contradict this via what you fly. Now, as we know, there's lots of RADs, lots of restrictions around. So some of these things I found, and I'm just pointing these out. These are not, I know there's specific reasons here, but if we looked at this Larnaca departure, for example, the blue line is what we filed, which is the standard SID that we have to fly out of Larnaca, but these ones were given the white line. And this was only plannable by ATC. So if it can be planned, why can't we use it? There must be some restrictions here, I understand, but it's just to highlight that, in this instance, they were allowed to get around this one, and this meant that we saved 4 minutes flying time on that. So now are we entering into the next ATCO's area too early? This one here is quite common. This was just 4 random flights. Again, I'm not pointing fingers at France, but the next 2 examples are through France. So this one here, there is a RAD. So the blue line is what we have to file due to RADs. Yet these were 4 random flights that had directs. Every single flight had a direct that was going through this airspace. So again, why can't we plan that flight? Why is that RAD there to cause that kink when almost every time they're never flown? Again, another example here, we had 8 Barcelona to Heathrow flights on one day. The blue line is what we had to file, the white line, almost all directs was what all 8 of them actually flew. So again, why can't that be plannable? That would then create predictability and efficiency. Again, I know there's issues for all of it, but I'm just highlighting some of the areas here where we all have to work together, and are these RADs needed? For example, if we're constantly being allowed to do these directs. Just a quick one here for the Gatwick to Orlando. This is something I found with our flight planning system. So this one here was the red line, and it was on airway November 14, and towards the end of this routing, it drops down to 24,000 feet. And this is now in free route airspace. That airway ends at Oxford, and if I took out from Oxford and then did direct, the airspace, we are able to now climb to the higher levels, which was more predictable. And if we go back to the flare dashboard that I showed you, our flights going up towards Shannon, almost all of them flew at a much higher level. And this could be one of the reasons why. So this is just something I found throughout of all this. This is something we're going to take away and have a look at and think, actually, is this another reason that was not noticed and we've just left it, and how now we can actually try and do something about it. So the last few bits, so how can we as an airline, but how can anyone improve? It's all to do with training and knowledge. I think all airlines, I'll speak for our airline, we're extremely busy and we've lost a lot of ATC kind of skills, and I think people just get to the theory that they just want to produce these flight plans. And are they the most efficient, and are we actually following the proper rules? We can educate more on the tools that are available. We've all seen today, or the last few days, what actually tools are available to help us. We need to identify the inefficient flight plans. And then we need to also proactively remind our flight crews that they must fly what they have been filed on. There are reasons why we've level capped them and stuff. So from our support teams, so this is like my area now at British Airways. We can look at our pred routes, our company routes. Are they efficient? I know Bjorn's was saying about optimizing flights, using a lot more of our, the optimizer. But again, all flight plan systems have limitations. Sometimes our flight plans are not the best by just using the optimizer. So again, we have company routes to try and, like Bjorn said, there's always those ones that are a bit more efficient. Again, we need to go away and analyze this data. What are we doing wrong? Is there anything we can change in the background? We can work with our flight planning system providers to make sure that we are efficient. Are we getting everything out of the system that we actually can? Flight crews is very similar to dispatchers. Do we need to keep mentioning it in recurrent training? Do we need to issue it as notices to our crews that this fly what you file concept is still available? And then pre-tactical operations teams, again, this is what I was saying earlier about our rotations. Are we planning our aircraft correctly? Are the crew lines of flying realistic to what we're actually going to be delivering? And the tools that we have available to ensure that the operation is actually stable and deliverable on the day, and not these endless last-minute changes that are causing last-minute times and aircraft changes, therefore we're pushing delays out. And also then TOBTs. We all know that TOBTs are the king at CDM airports, so we need to keep those up to date and be realistic. And then the last little bit here is we can do our bit, but we need help from everyone else. So computer flight planners and programmers, they need to make sure that their systems are efficient, ensure that all the restrictions and rules are accurate, and are they actually relevant? Again, with the ANSPs, this is what we go back to. Just one waypoint going up, there's 28 RADs associated with that one airway. So how are you supposed to decipher that as a flight planner and a computer system? There's too many what ifs, if it's this, if it's that. So again, is the complexity causing too many problems? Again, we were speaking about earlier, the cherry pick. I think that cherry picking is better than a blanket delay. We can all take a hit on a couple of flights to help out overall. And then from the EUROCONTROL side, Frank, free route airspace, can we make it joined up and simplified? Push these ANSPs to try and make things simple. Can we then work more in future with ANSPs and actually come together? And I put Greek airports in there because we all know that the Greek airports have their challenges. Is there anything that can be done earlier to try and sort these sorts of problems out? So, as I said earlier, the last bit, it's an industry-wide responsibility. EUROCONTROL needs to support initiative and simplify things. Dispatchers need awareness of what they're filing. Crew need to be compliant. And then the ATCOs need to enforce it. So that is, in a nutshell, from everyone about flight plan adherence.
You can sit down. Thank you very much, Chris. What I took out of that was so much that impacts this flight plan adherence. And I think my first thought is, while we all sit in this room today, you know, we're not here to say you're all doing something bad. We're not here to say you all must improve. We're just highlighting from an air traffic control point of view and from a couple of airlines how they deal with it, and maybe you do all the same, maybe you don't, but it's just to take away from today potentially things that you could improve in your organization. So please don't take this as some sort of attempt by EUROCONTROL to get you in a room and tell you you're all bad. You are not. You're doing a great job, and I thank you for that. Something I noticed in that presentation with there are some airports that declare departure procedures, which in technical terms we call CDR3, which means it's not plannable. And that was an example Chris showed on the screen. And the idea is that in busy periods, the flights are going to have to fly the long, complete departure procedure. But when it's quiet, the controller can clear the aircraft departing on one of these non-plannable departure procedures. But the big question is, and I think it comes up with a couple of the other cases, the en route directs, is how many times can a flight fly a non-plannable SID or departure procedure for it not to become plannable? And that's what we see. And I know that UK NATS have a forum where airlines can go and say, you know, we see things we do every day, we can't plan them. Can you have a look at it? And it's a question I would put maybe to Boris, Pino, somebody else at EUROCONTROL. For all the other ANSPs, what would be the process of airlines who see en route DCTs given 99% of the time, but not plannable? What's the process they would follow to feed that back to try to get the ANSPs? And I think that's something you mentioned, you know, what can the ANSPs do? Get the airspace design where we can plan things that are most likely to be flown.
Yeah, thanks for the question. First, thanks for the presentation, very interesting. Thanks for the question. I can say something about the RAD in this respect, no? Because I'm involved in this dynamic RAD process, for those that already heard about it, that the goal is not as you would like to hear, so do you really need a RAD? At this stage with the dynamic RAD we start, do you really need 24 hours, always active? And one way we are trying to convince ANSPs to provide more dynamic availability of this RAD is exactly following what you show. So if you see that 90% of the time they give tactically a DCT, we can say to the ANSP, well, apparently you don't need this RAD all the time. So I don't say delete it, but let's try first to start to give a dynamic availability. And then if you see that months after months you release 100% of the time, then come your questions. Do you really need? Because that could be also a way to learn from the ANSP. Some of the RAD are there from ages. Before you cancel a RAD, you want to be sure 100%. So there is a need to learn about something this. So this is where we are trying to improve the process. So there is something ongoing, so we are not static in this. So we want to consolidate. We have more than 18,000 RAD in the document. So I can imagine for you to file a flight plan what could be the nightmare sometimes, as you highlighted already. But we need a cooperation from both. So we are trying to collect this information from you, how you receive tactically operations that divert from the RAD. We start to promote with the ATCOs, with the ANSPs, to start to give. We have a number of states that are already involved in this dynamic process. But there is a but. One is, for instance, from UK. They were involved in this dynamic RAD process. And one of the feedback that they get to us said, listen, we tried to give relaxation this RAD. They didn't take it. So there was not a good uptake from the airspace users about the availability of the RAD. And this is also from them is a sort of, let's say, breaking this process, because I said, okay, we give something, but apparently there is no appetite. So we need to make an effort also from both sides, because at the end we end up from airspace users, there are not many, I don't want to invest. And from NSP said they are not using, so why I need to invest? So we need to break such a circle to be sure that there is a better understanding and so on of the process and the capability offered by the system. This is rather offered today via B2B through the AUP, so it's not managed. And most of them, if not all of them, I offer D-1. So we are not speaking dynamicity the day of operation, we're speaking dynamicity information D-1. So why not using? This is a point we would like to understand better from our side to see how we can improve the process. So we need such a kind of cooperation with you.
Thank you, Pino. So I leave the floor now open to questions. Anybody have any questions on this subject for British Airways, for Chris?
Thank you. It's not a question, just a comment. First of all, I'm very happy that Uno Point is not in Hungary. The other thing is that as an ANSP, I would really express my highest appreciation for those airlines, who put so much effort and investment in flight plan adherence, which is for them the effects are very indirect. For us, it's very direct. We can feel what happens on a daily basis and instantly. And you shouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't. It wouldn't be mandatory for you to deal with this situation as much as you do. So what I would like to thank for I think on behalf of all the ANSPs, if you have such an exemplary network approach that you come with us on this way, and I hope that this will be the key to improve predictability in a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very good point. And I reiterate what I say, we're not accusing you of not doing a good job, but we ask that you look at your processes and say, could we do more in this regard to flight plan adherence? Any other questions?
So just a question regarding your route planning. I'm pretty sure you're using some fuel efficiency tool, which one of the best practices or tools that you can do to save fuel is the directs. How you are like finding something between flight plan adherence and fuel efficiency?
As a dispatch, we have a different team that will deal with that. We have, it's led by some efficiency pilots who actually go away and take that data that we've filed and those are the tools that are available. As we all know, I think fuel now is such a big thing with emissions and this, the regulations and that's around it. But from us as directors and dispatchers, we have to start somewhere with our flight plans, and I think most of us work on a cost basis. I know that they're not always 100% accurate, but we have to have a starting point. Whether over the next few years that starts changing into a bit more of a fuel efficiency kind of element. But what I was saying on there was some of those with the opportunity routes, or some of them, it does highlight where we're not actually having some efficient routes, so we could inadvertently save fuel by using that, but in the background there's a bigger project that's going on, which I'm not part of at BA in that element, but yeah, it is being looked at in the background with tools, but I don't know. So.
Thank you. The reason why I asked, because today I'm here with at EUROCONTROL speaking about flight plan adherence, but next week I'm going to our fuel efficiency software provider where I'll be talking about taking as much directs as possible because this is fuel efficient. So kind of the
Okay, thank you. No more questions. We haven't got any put into the chat. So that, thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation. We've finished the scheduled presentations from that were on the agenda. Chris is going to take a couple of minutes of our time to present something, and then we're going to go into open the floor up for open discussion.
Okay, so we haven't done this in previous years, but we're going to give you an overview of what to expect this summer. And here it is. So this is based on your schedule data the latest data from the Strat team, that the average delay per flight this year will be 3.27 minutes. Now this is per flight, not regulated flight. So you can see the biggest impacted areas. So what BA and SunExpress and TUI have presented, we all need to do. We all need to look at these yo-yos. We all need to look at these sharp turns. We all need to look at the routes and make sure that they're in the right place, because this will only get worse if we don't. This is what we're going to see this summer, and you can see there's a huge impact on France here. Very, very busy. Greece, Macedonia, all up that side, Karlsruhe, we're going to have delay. When it says 3.27 minutes per flight, that's overall. This is not delay per delayed flight. So just be very cautious of this. So what we're saying is, listen to what the guys say and do what you can within your own airline. You know, try and do all the things that are causing what you've heard from HungaroControl, that are causing them problems. Try and investigate why you've got a problem. Work on the feedback that HungaroControl will be sending us, and we will ask you to look at it. Because every one of these, you know, intruders will have an impact on you. And all we ask is that we really try to make this better. So I don't know if you want to take a screenshot of that. It's not something we've done before. We're thinking of doing it for the next flight dispatches, is to give more of an assessment of the summer and how we can work together. But we thought we'd just bring this because it's just been recently produced. Greece, I believe in the last couple of days is going to be a bigger problem than it looks on there as well. So just to give you an overview on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. You don't have to take a screenshot. We'll put it on the with the other presentations online. We're digital transformation, Chris. So it's time that I'm calling upon you to be very candid, to say what you think. What is it that you need for this summer in general from EUROCONTROL Network Manager? We have a lot of questions still unanswered from yesterday and some from today, so we have something, but I'd like really to listen to what you have to say. Is anybody willing to go? You've had your chance. Please.
Hi there. So I do work on our ATC slot desk quite frequently, and I think predictability with sort of last-minute regulations coming on is probably my most important thing, where we will call the crew, hold the flight, load extra fuel for a reroute to get around something, and then new regulations come on absolutely last minute, and we're stuck with a worse delay than we had to begin with. And so by trying to maximize our use of airspace, we're ending up, for lack of a better term, shooting ourselves in the foot with it. I think it's that predictability, sort of, that'd be my biggest priority.
Simon, Nicola, do you have maybe some?
It is what it is. Sorry.
Maybe you could explain why regulations come in so late.
We heard the example of Hotel Yankee Romeo in Rams airspace, which is often regulated. It's above 365, I believe. What your flight planning systems then do, they start to automatically refile in the sector below, which is the Kilo Romeo sector. And indeed, we have Hotel Yankee Romeo running, and 20, 40, 1 hour later, Kilo Romeo is regulated as well. What can we do about that? I don't have an answer. Stay in Hotel Yankee Romeo and wait till the others refile out? I don't think that's a good option either. Risking too much.
Chris?
So we don't really have an answer.
Yeah, Simon, I'd like to raise on this, because why don't we have a system that when the airlines are refiling under the sector, that at a point in time it starts to highlight that that sector is likely to get overloaded if any more aircraft go into it? Why don't we have that sort of system? It just seems to be a system you can file flight plans in, be slot cancelled, and then 20 minutes later the FMP has another look at his flows and then regulates again. So surely the CHMI, the NMUI should have some sort of red highlight to say, that's it, you're up to the capacity, any more and it's likely to be regulated. That's the way we should be working. Then that would stop a lot of that.
Yeah, that's the hotspot functionality, you can say. That I stay with my example of a Hotel Yankee Romeo. That Kilo Romeo then becomes a hotspot as well, so that you can expect that there will be a regulation also. And that is something we, in the INP, also publish as a hotspot.
What I'm saying is, what we need is when you file that flight plan or you're testing your flight plan, is that the capacity, once it hits that capacity, that it warns you, any more filing in this sector, you're likely to get the delays likely to come on. And then we'd stop refiling it, we'd look for other options. But we don't have that information. That information is not readily available.
Well, the data is available. Just how can we make use of that data? And there we need to speak about AI, I think. But, okay, we have a team which is working on AI implementation, but we are not that far for flow management yet in this kind of field.
Sorry to come on, but given the big buzzword predictability, stability, this should be something that we're really looking at doing. You know,
I need to give the microphone to one of the ops managers to give a more strategic point of view on that, but I see you all left.
I think we'll move on from that question. We'll let EUROCONTROL fight amongst themselves.
Does everybody... no, I'm just going to... Andy,
we'll come back with an answer.
I'm just going to ask a question. As the airlines sat around here, would that not be a tool that would be really good and really useful for you? Anyone put a hand up if you think you want that? Because, you know, with the voice of the airlines, you know, we should be asking for things like this and we should be pushing for things like this.
23% said yes.
No, it was more than that, mate. It was more than that.
It's a good point, Chris. We'll take it offline and discuss it. Maybe bring it to the airline operators group meeting.
Sorry, Chris. Can I just on the back of that, would that situation with the cherry picking also be, if it's not going to be such a massive, like hours and hours, if it's going to be just a couple, would it not be wise then to start looking at cherry picking a couple of flights in those sorts of sectors to balance that demand out, if it's just a small window?
That would be indeed a good idea, but the initiative in cherry picking comes from the FMP. So they request us the regulation. We could propose it to them as well, yeah. But because we are going to something new, trigger 4, that's what you're talking about with the cherry picking, something we need to see how this develops.
I know many years ago, DSNA used to do this. So they used to send us an email every morning with all different airlines and what they were expecting those to do, and it just then stopped the blanket regulations if they could move. If we moved 3, just a level down, and it just seemed to be a bit of a fairer way of doing it. And if it's such a small, obviously if it's different, if it's weather and it's a massive, like, it's going to go on for hours. But if it's just a small, like, issue that can be dealt with by cherry picking, to me it just seems maybe that might be another way to go if we can't get those levels up.
You say that they used to. Why did they stop it?
I think because of COVID, and I think all the everyone started leaving, especially at BA. These apartments weren't there anymore. The demand wasn't there, so I think it sort of just naturally died out. But I think it was a really good idea. I think it helped, especially first thing in the morning while they were dealing with their inbound traffic off the ocean. It was just meant that a few flights were picked to come out of there, and then they didn't have to regulate.
I know Maastricht has their ATM portal.
Yeah,
they do something similar.
Which we use.
So can we ask HungaroControl a question with them being sat here? Would HungaroControl contact NM when you looking at put a regulation on? Would you contact NM and say to NM, we'd like to move 5 or 6 aircraft out of this sector, then we won't need to regulate, or we'll regulate a 15-minute delay, which we'd all accept, we wouldn't reroute, we'd stay where we are. Does that happen?
Not really, to be honest, because the issue is time. Like, I'm taking a look into the future, and sometimes it's just 15 to 20 minutes in the future, so there is just no possibility for that. Sorry to say that, but that's the truth.
Another reason why we are not doing this sort of proactive warnings for the regulations is that we don't have the accurate information on the sector activations from the FMPs. In our systems in NMOC, we don't see this. we have certain information about the sector activations, but this is not accurate, and we are well aware that this information is not correct. The information about the active regulations and all the regulations in the system is up to date, and these are all coordinated with FMPs. But the remaining sectors, as we saw in the presentation of HungaroControl, it was, I think, 40 different configurations just for one afternoon. We don't see this on our end. If we would be able to see it, then we might be able to give some heads up or stuff, but it is not possible for the moment due to lack of information.
Yeah, it's hard. Just to add that, we constantly update and send NM all our active configurations, but when I'm just running a configuration for like 15 minutes, what can you do with that? Nothing really, so it's like, I'm trying to give you the clearest picture possible, but again, we are in time pressure, so 15 to 20 minutes in the future, there's just not much we can do.
And just to add one more thing, all these measures or all these actions would be applicable in case of a high level of predictability. If I offer something and the traffic will show up in another sector, that what is the benefit for this?
Yeah. Thank you. Let's go to another subject. Who's got something to say? Where are the two gentlemen from Aer Lingus? Are they here still? Where are they? Do you remember that conversation we had yesterday? I had a chat with them yesterday and I challenged them to come at us, come at EUROCONTROL, come at the network manager and tell us what you really feel. So over your triple hop last night, did you come up with anything?
Not a lot. I think from where we were before, we took over from Dave O'Connor. He said geographically where we are, we get lashed by RAD restrictions. So we're kind of fighting as it is in that way. It's like RADs really affect us. So when Chris was saying there that if they could relax some of them or they need some of them, that would help. Air NOC flight every day is an issue with profiles, and it's the UK airspace as well. Because the border between Ireland and the UK, the RADs kick in. But we also are trying to do TF4 at the moment. And TF4 then is with the RADs that are there, and I suppose it's the flight planning system as well is the issue. But so going for a while now.
Thank you. Thank you. 2 days and still couldn't give us a good hammering. So, come on guys, ladies, gentlemen. What can NM do to improve the situation for your organization? Wow, we could all go on holiday. We're doing such a great job. Okay, so let's open it up for some questions that were raised via the chat. Actually, before we do that, while you're thinking of one, I've got a little demonstration. We looked at this overnight after the demo about the scenarios, trigger 1, 2, 3, 4, and if you have a flight list with flights with a delay with a capital D, meaning that you're caught in a delay threshold measure. And here we are, flight list, couple of EasyJets in there. To be honest, I had to change their, this is a fake regulation as well, but I also had to change the times of departure to make my presentation more effective. But so I'll take one of those flights. And as we saw yesterday, you click on the regulation ID. What pops up is the information of the regulation. This is a FL scenario, which indicates it's a flight level scenario. So your first indication with that is look at the flight levels of your flight plan, look at the flight levels of your of the scenario, and you can see the flight plan if I'll open up the details of the flight plan. Planned at 380, and the flight level scenarios at 345 and above. So you're too high, you're caught in a scenario. So this is quite a simple situation in terms of the problem and the solution, but it's the same if it's a horizontal. If it's a horizontal scenario, the green lines and red lines we saw in a picture, it's exactly the same concept. You can use the tool to solve the problems in most of the cases. You can open the PDF and have a look at what it's suggesting, but as we were told, the green routes aren't mandatory anyway, they're just examples of your way around it. So in this case, I will open the flight management interface for the flight. It tells me in the list that I'm caught in this flight level scenario, so I ask the system to promote, I say avoid that scenario and propose me some routes, and I can wait up to 30 seconds for it to look, and hopefully it will find solutions. And there you'll see it's found a number of solutions, which if I will go back to the vertical view of the flight. It's proposing me routes underneath that that vertical scenario, and within the routes there's a button that says copy field 15. I copy the field 15, take it to my flight planning system, let the flight planning system look at that route, do its job, do its work, create an EFPL if needed, or you send your updates through the system, and when that flight plan update is received at NM, you will have zero delay out of the regulation. You'll see in the details of the regulation itself, the proposed routes, it's already telling you that you had 93 minutes delay, and with all of those solutions, you'll have no delay in the end. And as I said, if that was one of the horizontal scenarios, one of the trigger scenarios for the summer, you can quickly go through that process just using the tool without having to open up other information. If you don't want to look more deeper into the details of that scenario, the tool will do a lot of that for you. Yes.
Can you scroll up and I'll explain a bit more what they see in the flight list with the capital Delta? The list you had before this.
I thought about that, showing the because in there you'll see this actually should say delay threshold,
Yes.
not delay.
So this is a level cap scenario. You see the delay. This is actually the delay threshold of 20 minutes. This particular flight at the moment will have 92 minutes. And you see the capital D. That D will show in your flight list as soon as we apply this scenario. So this is normally 3-4 hours in advance. Then you'll get this capital D, and this is an indication for you that you are caught in a scenario. The time between asterisks means that it's provisional. Okay. Now you can take two actions. If you are happy with that 92 minutes of delay, most probably not, you can send an FCM, and with that FCM you confirm that you will take off with that 92 minutes of delay. That is the least favorable option. The first option is, of course, to get out of this scenario, and that is to refile below, as Andy just showed.
Thank you. And I will just to show on this bottom flight, the orange, if those who've used NMP, NMUI flight know, the big orange yellowy line means the flight has been suspended already. So this was caught in that delay threshold regulation, but when it got to 2 hours before EOBT, which we call SIT1, the flight has become suspended. So you don't see the delay, you don't see the big D, but you'll see it suspended, and you'll see that there is a status in this second glance of the flight telling you that it's been suspended due to the delay threshold. There is a bug in this test system at the moment. In an operational system, if you hover over that status, it will explain what you need to do. It'll say that you need to either reroute the flight or send an FCM, or as Simon said, if you go into the ops log of that flight and look at the FLS, it tells you the last message sent was an FLS. You can also look at the details of the flight suspension message in the op log to see the comment that is in there. But that comment is is available as a tooltip normally in the main flight list. So first question, unless anybody else has a question on that particular subject. Okay, thanks, Chris.
Yes, I have a question. Just looking at the situation we're in right now, right? The world. Do you think that we will get more initiatives on the RAT relaxation so that the airlines can have more minimum cost routings, and also maybe, you never know, that the ANSPs work on a discount on the ATC cost, helping the airlines getting through this period? Are there already talks about or looking at it? Because as I look at it, it doesn't seem to be that this this war that we have right now, that it's going to end this very fast. So with the fuel costs, high fuel costs that we have right now, so I think it's going to pick up if it doesn't stop. So are there going to be more initiatives on RAT relaxation, for example, and maybe ATC costs or something?
That's a tough question. I think, what are the RADs there for? Then they're there to flow traffic in most cases, to ensure that in the planning phase that we don't already cause a problem for the network by allowing everyone to plan in the same direction. So removing RAD because of financial constraints, it's a great idea, but under no circumstances can it reduce safety. And for me, that's the problem with this. I think finding other solutions in the industry to help is 100% necessary, but I'm going to come to an ANSP who can give probably a better answer than I can, but I'm not sure there are many RADs that we could safely take away to allow you to fly more direct routes, burning less fuel, and keeping the same level of flows of traffic where we keep aircraft safely operating. But maybe you have...
Yeah. Maybe HungaroControl is not the best example in this meaning because we don't have many rods. We try to avoid to implement rods. So all the rods that we have are safety related, so they are regardless of the traffic amount of traffic. So maybe in some cases some summer measures can be suspended, or during the summer. I don't see now how it will happen, but the normal everyday rods must be kept in.
Yeah, I think so. Pino, you wanted to say?
Yes, just to continue a little bit elaborating better what I mentioned before about this dynamic RAD initiative that we have at European level. We have currently at least 7 states that are proposing dynamic RAD. It's not many, to be honest. It's a drop of water in the sea because it's around 100 out of 18,000 and so on. But the idea is there. We are pushing with other states to be involved in this process, at least to start slowly. So we are progressively going there. Currently, there are 2 limitations, if I can call like this, that the identification and more the daily, because it's daily managed. That's why we said we do not ask them to delete completely, at least evaluate daily whether you need or not, based on the traffic evolution. So they are in, we have a buy-in with that. Of course, the daily management, if you are 20, the FMP can do manually if you want, no? When it start to be hundreds, you need some system support. So we are also working on system support to facilitate the daily identification of the RAD that can be proposed for selection and offer to you in automated way. That is important. Today is already available automated via the B2B process and so on. The second limitation I mentioned before, unfortunately, the feedback we got in terms of statistic, the uptake is not as we would like to see. So, and this is, you ask what we can do for them. I will ask what they can do for us. I would really appreciate that, even if there are not many, but at least to pass the message to the ANSPs that from your community there is an interest, there is a push in it, because we have the buy-in. When we launched the idea dynamic RAD, everyone was more than enthusiastic, but we saw that from the enthusiasm to the real life, there is a big difference. So any contribution from your side to show clearly to the ANSPs that there is a great interest and, let's say, a commitment to use it whenever they offer is one way to convince also the other. We have in the pipeline other states that are, yes, let's see, I don't know, maybe some of them, there are system evolution, so that takes a bit of time, but this is a step we need to do together. We'll never reach to eliminate to have all of them dynamic because it will become too complicated, to be honest. But at least have a backbone of interesting RAD. We also ask to the community in a different NM working arrangement, help us to identify which are the most painful RAD, the most painful restriction from your side. Tell us, and we are going to discuss with the NSPs. So that is the way to cooperate each other to, let's say, boost this initiative that certainly has some good point behind. Difficult, but this is the way we want to do. And then I said, this dynamicity will also bring to the consolidation that certain point they could realize working on it that maybe some of them are no more necessary. And that will bring to the reduction of this big number. So this is what I would like to ask to you from our side as cooperation with us.
Thanks, Pino. And I think it's a good point. I mean, we've heard colleagues from EUROCONTROL over the years talking about the need for computer flight plan service providers to become more dynamic. I'll take an example of a flight plan that's filed 12 hours before departure and then revisited at 2.5 hours before departure. Now, if that flight plan could utilize all of the open military areas that have taken place in that time, that alone is helping you financially. It's getting you the better route. And for your example, even if we did relax RADs dynamically, are your flight planning systems capable via B2B web services? Because as soon as a RAD is relaxed, it is within milliseconds available via our B2B web services electronically to flight plan service providers. But there are very, very few flight plan service providers that are that dynamic, that are taking that feed as soon as it happens. Sometimes it takes hours. Some of them will do it once a day. So I fully agree with what Pino's saying. You know, we need to have a complete digital transformation. I mean, I know your question was about what's happening now, and that's very, very relevant. But in general, we need that all of the flight plan service providers to become more dynamic, so you can save money when these airspaces are open. It was mentioned yesterday. We get criticism from the military about them working closely with the civil counterparts to open the airspaces when they're not using it, but then they come back and they complain because there's no civil aircraft then utilizing that airspace that's been released because we're not all dynamic enough. So it's something I think you guys should go back to your service providers and be asking those questions. Anyway, thanks for that. Any other questions in the room before we go to the online question? Thanks.
Thank you. My question is related to the opportunity efficiencies that EUROCONTROL identifies. I would like to ask, how early do you do you identify opportunities? Is it as soon as the flight plan is filed, or is it similar to the IFPS revalidation every 1 hour? Thank you.
Our guru of the opportunities is sitting in the room. So Boris?
Yeah, I fully agree. We can organize a separate day just to cover that topic. Indeed, this is automated independent execution. For the moment, it works according to the predefined schedule. Our aim is to make it more flexible and dynamic in the future, that there are certain events triggering recalculation of those opportunities. For the moment, every hour, every 2 hours, capturing flights that normally aircraft operators are wishing to capture and to test against better routing. This is something we are able to do. Normally, there are two approaches. One, we are identifying opportunities using some so-called generic set of the parameters for the airlines wishing to have a bit more independent, customized approach. We ask them to contact us and we can create their own so-called scenarios to support them. Based on your flight planning practices, if they are stable and they are following again some schedule, we could better align the execution of the tool to provide you earlier notification on possible improvements.
I think that sort of follows exactly what I've just been saying. Mr. Chris Woodland, who's in the room, about 10 years ago in his previous job, won a Janes Award for Aviation Efficiency for his part in creating the opportunities tool that we have. Well done, Chris. I think a round of applause for Chris's contribution to aviation efficiency. But seriously, it was what we did was a proof of concept. The proof of concept was these things are open dynamically, and NM can look at your flight plans, and NM can say there's a more efficient route to be flown. So we did it, and we said, come on CFSPs, come on flight plan service providers. That data is available via B2B. You should implement that for your customers, so the customer doesn't have to go to an interface on the web for EUROCONTROL and look at an opportunity and go back to the flight plan system. The flight plan system should be doing that for you. And in those 10 years, I haven't seen a single flight plan service provider taking up that and that challenge and actually implementing it. And that's my point. I think we need to get the flight plan service providers to be moving quicker as this whole network evolves. First question.
If setting a flight to critical and don't state the latest airborne time, will NM assume that it has takeoff, that it has takeoff time and has no time allowance?
So this one is for me. So as we showed yesterday on the NMUI flight, it is possible to define the minimum takeoff time, and this will be respected as a constraint in our system. That and the latest takeoff time, it is not possible to input it as a parameter just as this one, but you can always use the free text field and input the time there. It will be respected because usually I guess this one is useful in case of the airport closure, so we know that imagine you have 1 hour of delay, maybe we can cut half an hour, but if this makes a huge difference for you, yeah, this is a good indication for us.
Thanks, Nicola. Just to tell you, we have 10 more minutes of questions, then we're going to wrap up and we're going to be finished by 3:30.
Okay, what about flights in REA status? Should we ask for improvement via help desk or not?
Normally, yes. I cannot tell you don't ask for improvements, but as we also shown yesterday, there is something called average delay, and our main role is to ensure the equal delay distribution. Something else that I need to tell you, unfortunately, the delays need to exist because the delays are consequence of ensuring that load and capacity are in line, and that's why in case you get a response saying your flight is in ready status, probably you have more or less the same delay as anybody around you, and that's it. That's the delay of the regulation, and unfortunately you need to take it.
Okay. Next question. Would it be possible to increase the number of slot swaps for one flight? 3 is quite binding.
this is not something only depending on EUROCONTROL. Same as for critical flights, also for slot swaps, these values are determined during the stakeholder consultation groups with, in this case, FMPs. So in order to go for more than 3, we would require discussions and approval of the FMPs, because in the end they are the ones who own the regulation, and it's additional workload for NMOC and for FMP as well to be able to handle this increased amount of requests.
Okay. How long is a CTOT extension?
Standard CTOT extension is 10 minutes.
Okay. Is it possible to receive confirmation that message was relayed to crew?
Yes, normally, yes. So normally we explained yesterday the process. So we would contact the ATC in charge, they would contact they would relay the message to the crew. Normally this is where the process ends. However, you can, it's a phone discussion. So based on the circumstances, we can actually ask ATC to call us back. But you also need to understand also on the workload wise, that it takes quite some time. Both for ATC and NMOC as well to call back and to confirm back to you if the message was passed.
I would just add, we cannot guarantee it, of course. You need to specify that you would like to get that feedback, because you can imagine the phone call is not going to the controller controlling the aircraft. The controller is going to a position in the ops room usually, and that needs to be conveyed. So having a feedback process puts extra work on the air traffic control center. So I would not ask it. I think it's fair to assume if you don't get anything back saying we couldn't do it, that it was passed, and only ask for confirmation in special circumstances, because I don't think it's good to add extra workload when we don't really need it for the ATC side. Yes, please.
We wanted to use this feature a few times, and as far as I remember, a few times we didn't manage or get replied that we are not able to contact the crew. Most of state AAPs has the contact details to ACC supervisors, and what we are doing, we are transmitting our OCC phone number in all of our ATC flight plans, calling from that number to ACC supervisor, and simply asking to transmit the message to the flight crew if needed, if ACARS or AHF is not available. And it is quicker and doesn't involve EUROCONTROL at all. So reduce your workload. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that makes me think about other enhancements we're looking at for the future. Our director yesterday talked about the INM program, the new systems we're building, and you've heard about NMUI. Natalia talked about the new network information viewer interface we'll have for all of that. Very important operational information. It will not be a full replacement for the NOT portal. The NOT portal has become an absolute monster of all sorts of information. So the network information viewer is targeting operationally relevant information. Anything else can go on a website somewhere. But we're also looking at a notification hub where, for example, you can be in a flight list working, and if a headline news comes in that you're interested in, so you have subscribed to weather updates or cross capacity weather-based operations updates or something, if one of those comes in, you will get something on your screen to go and look at it. You don't have to monitor the initial network plan, you don't have to monitor PDF documents for updates, you don't have to monitor the headline news. So this is something we're building. And the other thing that we're talking about is a contacts area where you, a bit like we talked about the supervisor function in an airline, someone in the airline would be responsible for keeping their operational contacts up to date in an NM system if they choose, don't have to do it. And same from the air traffic control side, that if they want, they can keep information up to date. And it could be useful to offer them an option to supply a contact number if you want to contact an aircraft or something. So it's work we're on that is ongoing to improve our systems to help in those sort of cases without this long e-help desk request, etc., etc. Okay, 4 minutes.
When requesting a CTOT improvement, is there a priority with the remarks, i.e. crew time, whatever? Does it bring a priority to it, or is it just...
No, there is no priority. The sub-reasons are sorted based on the time proximity. So the closer the CTOT is, the higher you are in the queue. And the other parameter that is taken into account is also the submission time, in the more or less first come, first serve. These two are the parameters that sort in our queue.
Okay, thank you. So, right, but, unless you're not the next question yet, Chris, or are you continuing on that one? Pardon?
If you don't require a reason, do you use that for statistical purposes, or is it pointless putting it in, based on what you just said?
I wouldn't say it's pointless. It's nice to know for us, especially in case it's something critical, because if it's an airport closure or we see that the flight is not going to take place unless we improve you, we can try to do a bit more to try to ensure a positive answer in the end.
Would you say that if an airline didn't have any criticality jokers left, that would be a useful field to add some free text about the importance of the request?
Yes, it's useful, but still it doesn't give the same effect as critical flight, as you said.
Okay, it's useful. That's good. Thanks. So I'm going to close now the questions from the chat, but give a last chance in the room. Please.
It's regarding NMUI. Can I just double check the dates? Because I had an email with a different date for NMP was next year, and then CHMI was 28 or something. Is it actually, so from an airline's perspective, NMUI is this November, everything's got to go into NMUI this November?
Yes, that is correct. It's this November for airlines. If you look at the phase-out plan, the confusion is there are CHMIs for airlines, the CHMIs for FMPs, for towers, all a little different acronym, and the same now for, there's NMP flow flight, there's NMUI flow flight, airport crisis, and so it is very, very confusing, but for the airlines, it's November this year. Last chance. From the representatives of dispatchers. Okay, then I'm going to hand over to Boris, who's going to give the last closing remarks of the meeting. Thank you.
So before I really close the event with some words I prepared for it, I would like to show this slide to you. Maybe this is the right moment to see how many people will take a telephone to grab a picture, do a screenshot, as I'm not sure if this is going to be published online. I see a lot of you. So this is an opportunity to answer on the question we were asked many times during the last 2 days. Is it possible to organize a visit to NMOC? We haven't planned any for this event. However, if you would like to have a dedicated familiarization day with your team, feel free to contact my colleague Natalie Vossiroy using the email below. And there are options to organize a familiarization session in the period of October to May. You can understand busy summer days are not the best period to have the full day with our colleagues from the NMOC. So, as we come to the end of this event, the third event of the Flight Dispatcher Days, I would really like to sincerely thank to all of you that you have contributed to those presentations, conversation, discussions, votings, and all the other interactions we have in the room and outside of the room. This slide is something we are traditionally showing during our Flight Dispatcher Days event, just to ensure that we managed to achieve one of our main goals, which is to have over 2 days the highest possible representation of all aircraft operators. And I would like to thank to all participants for your flexibility and understanding that with the limitations of this room, we were not able to maybe accommodate all individual needs, but we really did our best. But what we have behind these logos is actually this. So this is what stays, and this is all of you. And I would like to thank you all, our dear guests and participants, flight dispatcher, flight planners, colleagues, and all the other operational experts from across the network, because you shared your ideas, asked questions, you provided to us your examples and good practices, and really try to help us to achieve the main goal of this, to exchange the knowledge and actually have a live conversation. And this is the important. This event is not about the number of slides, demos. I am sure there are a number of YouTube tutorials and manuals. It's about connecting people, it's about meeting new people, and I'm happy to share that this year we achieved another goal. More than 80% people I see here are, for the first time in EUROCONTROL, at least if the answers we received via the registration form are honest, and I'm sure they are. I would like to use this opportunity to thank to our external presenters. And before that, yes, indeed, this slide, starting with TUIfly. Bjorn is unfortunately not with us at the moment, but please send our regards to him. SunExpress, British Airways, and particularly HungaroControl, thank you very much for coming here and showing a piece of your daily activity translated in one of the elements which are actually the real summer focus of the 2026. And here I would really like to give an applause to all of you. Thank you. We do our best to cooperate, and particular good words we are sending to our partners from EUFALDA. EUFALDA, thank you for promoting the event among your community. Your support brings this event to the additional level, and we really appreciate your involvement in preparation and the discussion associated with the topics that we are always willing to present. Thank you so much. Particular words are sent to the European Business Aviation Association, European Regions Airline Association, IATA, and Airlines for Europe, especially last two, here represented by the Aircraft Operator Liaison Cell Officers, who were continuously working with us to deliver the best possible content of relevance, continuously challenging. I don't want to say Chris Wooden, but really continuously challenging all the ideas we had and aimed to present over these 2 days. At the end, all nice words I would like to share to the different EUROCONTROL teams from the NM and NMOC, NM operations, for their readiness to make themselves available behind the regular work schedules. And here I would like to summarize the event in 4 major points. If we have able to achieve one of those, at least partially, I would consider this event being successful. So let's try something practical. Try to turn at least one insight of this event into your tomorrow's flight plans or operations. So try to maximize the use of the NM tools on the day-to-day basis, and just apply one of the ideas you like in your next shift or next roster. The next step is actually sharing and dissemination of the good practices and ideas with your colleagues, so that we are spreading the word, not only keeping that good practice for ourselves, but actually trying to bring some change to our internal businesses and operations. And that's why collaboration, not only internal within your own teams, but among the other teams and EUROCONTROL, is of the highest importance for the successful at least this summer and future summer operations. So this is the end of the particular slide with this particular word. We need to stay strong and to have this strong network and to work together on the challenges that are in front of us. I thank you again all, and I kindly ask you for a few more points. Let's play the box game. So you are okay to keep the small paper as a souvenir, but we kindly ask you to bring us back the lanyards and to put them in the box. So thank you for understanding regarding this matter. And to ensure that the next event is more relevant for you, I'm not allowed to say that based on your input we might decide not to organize it, especially because this event is recorded. I kindly ask you to scan this QR code and to provide us, I'm still not allowed to say excellent feedback, I will not say that. But we really appreciate inputs that we will receive from you via this channel, so thank you very much. At the end, I would like on my personal side to say that I am happy to meet a number of new people. I hope that we managed to establish a good connection. I would like to express my gratitude to my team, especially the colleagues all around the EUROCONTROL, Vera, Dora, Dina, especially Mariam, Andy, Maurice, Chris, and all the rest from EUROCONTROL who helped me to organize the another event, Flight Dispatcher Days. Thank you very much and have a safe travel home. All the best.
I just want to say sorry about this, guys, girls. I also want to say thank you very much, HungaroControl, as the single alone ANSP coming into the lion's den takes a lot of bravery, so thank you, and thank you to the other speakers. But honestly, guys, you will not understand how much this event relies on Boris. He is 95% of this organization, and I think he deserves an individual round of applause for the great work that he does.